Okay, let's actually do this. I'm actually really excited about this. Hello, good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are, and welcome to a Genshin Impact stream. Yeah. So, I talked about that yesterday, I think, at the end of the stream, but I decided to download Genshin Impact again, mainly because, well, it has a dedicated PS5 version. I just wanted to try it. And, well, it runs pretty great on the PS5, all things considered. So, that's why I wanted to try it out. I didn't really do that much since I downloaded it. I think I did a couple of dailies, or rather, I did dailies once. And I think I also did, what else did I do? Like a couple of domains, I think it's called, right? The things where you get the upgrade materials for your characters from. And there's like a million different things that I still need to do, or can do, rather. The reason why I decided to return now, and I touched upon that yesterday as well, is, or rather, the reason why I stopped playing Genshin, right? I actually don't know which version that was. It was like, I think I played for like 2 months straight. So I went at it pretty hard, right? I discovered all the locations, most of the chests, and all that kind of stuff. And I played for about 2 months, maybe a bit more. And I think I stopped around 1.2. Must have been something like that, maybe 1.3. I don't remember exactly, but it must have been somewhere around that time. I think we're now at like 2.5, I think, right? There was actually an update yesterday, so it's kind of a great time to return to it, I guess. And we'll check that out in a minute, everything that's new, everything that's there. And it's going to take me a bit of time to sort of get my bearings again and really figure out what I want to do, where I want to go, all the quests that I still need to do. That's probably going to take some time. And, well, I don't know, a lot of people probably don't really like this game or think, it's a cash grab, and it sort of is. I still absolutely don't understand how you would ever spend money on character pulls in this game, because they're ridiculously expensive. Right, for the amount of money that it takes to get like one 5-star character, you could literally buy 10 other games at least, right? Full price games, that is. So, yeah, I don't know why you would ever spend money on that. That being said, though, even without spending money, and that's the great thing, this game has a ton of content. Now, whether or not you like that content is obviously heavily going to depend, it's going to be very different from person to person. What drew me to Genshin Impact in the first place was definitely the exploration aspect, which is very Breath of the Wild-like. The world is kind of beautifully crafted. I mean, it has a I'd say, fairly simple sort of comic style to it, but it works really well, I think, because especially the character design is just really good. And obviously it is, right? That's the selling point of the whole game. But that being said, though, yeah, there's a lot of stuff to like about the game, especially the gameplay, I think, is just really good. And that's, unfortunately, where a lot of AAA games typically struggle, right? Especially a lot of open world RPGs typically struggle with gameplay, and I would say that Genshin Impact manages something that I think is the reason why a lot of people still play Destiny. I played Destiny for a long time, and when they came out with Destiny 2, I was pretty disappointed by the game, right? I expected an evolution, like an actual serious evolution from Destiny 1, when they announced the second one, and sadly that didn't happen. Quite the opposite, in fact. I think Destiny 2 was a setback in many places compared to the first game. They rectified that after a hell of a long time, right? It took them over a year to get it back to an acceptable status, I would say. And at that point, I was just done with it, right? I just didn't want to wait anymore for a promised game that might come or it might never come. And I still think, I mean, I've still kept up with Destiny news a little bit on the side, right? I still sometimes watch streamers that are playing Destiny, not necessarily when they're playing Destiny, right? But streamers that are that have been playing it for a long time. And I sometimes watch videos about new updates and stuff. I also tried the free-to-play version of Destiny 2. Sadly, that's really bad. Like, the problem is there's no point in playing the free-to-play version of Destiny 2. There's literally no content for you to do, right? If you don't buy the current season pass and everything. I honestly can't tell, right? Destiny might be in a good state, it might not be. I think there have been a lot of troubles. I think Destiny is just never the main problem that I have with Destiny is that I think the game had great potential. The first game had it, the second game had it. But they never fulfilled that promise, right? At least in my eyes. They never fulfilled what could have made Destiny one of the best games of all time. It's definitely not that, right? It's still a very good game. A lot of people like it. It has, and that's sort of my point here. The thing that Destiny has that sets it apart from most other games, actually, is that the basic gameplay loop, the basic foundation that they've built, the gunplay, right? The basic feeling of moving your character, activating your skills, all that kind of stuff, is absolutely phenomenal. And probably one of the best feelings in terms of gameplay, like, compared to everything else, right? It's definitely above everything else in that regard. Obviously now it's a shooter, right? You can't really compare it to something like Final Fantasy XIV, but that is also why I keep playing 14, because the basic gameplay is just really, really good, right? It's typically called tap targeting, although obviously I'm playing on a controller, but even then, right, the control scheme that Final Fantasy XIV has is incredible. And you need that, right? You need this basic foundation when you have games that are meant to be played for thousands of hours, right? That are meant to be played over the course of a long, long time. And, having said that, I think that is probably Genshin Impact's biggest strength. The fact that it just has really good basic gameplay, switching your characters, doing all the elemental reactions. It's not perfect, right? It's not as good as Destiny, if you can even really compare it, but it's also not as tight as something as 14. I think Genshin Impact does have a couple of problems here and there in terms of its gameplay, a couple of things that visually aren't as clear as they could be, a couple of things that just, I guess, don't work as well as they should. Although that might also be related to the fact that you obviously don't have all of the upgrades if you're not paying for like constellation stuff and everything, right? It's really, really hard to actually fully upgrade a character. And that's another thing, the whole progression part. And I'll be getting to that as a reason why I haven't really been playing the game for, I guess, the last year. I think I stopped 2020 was it 2020? When has Genshin Impact been released? I don't actually remember. Whatever, but I still think that the basic gameplay loop of Genshin Impact is really good, right? And it's definitely above the gameplay of something like The Witcher. It's above the gameplay of the Elder Scrolls or Fallout games. It's above the gameplay of Cyberpunk, right? All of those games have gameplay, but it's just not good, right? If you really take a sort of critical look at it. It's sufficient, right? It's expected, I would say, but it's not good, right? Especially RPGs or, I guess, open world games. You could also think about Red Dead Redemption, for example, the second one that is, the first one as well. But they sort of have gameplay, and the gameplay isn't bad by any means, right? It's there, but it's also, I don't know, it's functional, I would say. Functional not in the sense that it functions, but rather functional in the sense that, well, it fulfills the role that it's meant to have, right? What do I mean by that? So in Red Dead Redemption, for example, you can shoot people, right? There is weapons that you'd expect out of that era. You can upgrade those weapons and you can, I don't know, play poker, you can move around the world, you can ride horses, right? All that kind of stuff is expected out of a game that plays in the Wild West of America, right? And the same goes for, let's say, Fallout, right? Fallout 4 or something. The gameplay, obviously, you're shooting weapons, and there's like weird, like rail guns with atomic bombs attached to it, right? And there's sneaking and all that kind of stuff. And all of that is all good and well, right? I mean, I'm not saying that it's bad, but it's just that, right? It's just sort of the gameplay that you'd expect out of these games, right? It's a shooter, you can shoot in it. It's a Western style game, right? It has like weapons and you can ride horses and stuff. And you can fish in that maybe, right? And then you have The Witcher, and there's like sword gameplay, right? And melee gameplay and magical things going on, right? But most of those games don't really make anything out of that gameplay. I would say Red Dead Redemption comes maybe the closest to actually doing something unique with it, because it has this, like the way Rockstar combines, I guess, the physics engine and the game world together makes for these rather funny moments, right? Where you're, I don't know, riding through a forest and suddenly your character gets hit by a piece of a tree, right? And you fall over from your horse and then you get eaten by a bear, right? Sort of these dynamic situations that come out of playing an open world game from Rockstar Games. I guess that is its most unique selling point, right? There is this sense of, oh yeah, there are these unique interactions that can only happen because we've combined the ability to ride a horse with our physics engine that actually works on most objects in the game world, right? And that does create these really cool situations. Sadly, the game itself then doesn't really use it for anything, right? That's another topic entirely, right? The terrible mission design of Red Dead Redemption 2 is, well, most unfortunate. But what I'm saying here is that all of those games that I've just talked about, they have this basic gameplay. And it might be good, right? There are definitely nuances here and there, right? Where the gameplay is either just sort of acceptable, maybe a tad bad, in the case of The Witcher 3, for example. The basic gameplay isn't that good, right? The controls are kind of bad. Cyberpunk would be the same thing, where, well, most of the game is just bad because it's lacking a lot of what was supposed to be in there, right? Again, another thing entirely. The thing that I'm trying to get at here is that they don't really make a unique feature out of their core gameplay, right? With all of those games, be it The Witcher, Fallout, Red Dead Redemption 2, the reason why you're playing those games is because of the combination of things that they establish, right? Because Red Dead Redemption has, like, the character interactions are done in a very, very dynamic and incredible way, to the point where they feel incredibly real in their behavior, right? The game world is beautiful, right? And then, obviously, the atmosphere of something like Cyberpunk, well, if it's not lacking NPCs, that is, can be really, really cool, right? There's a couple of missions in Cyberpunk that really show off what the game could have been. And that's really good. And then you obviously have the world of Fallout, which has, while the story is pretty bad, unfortunately, Fallout 4 does have a very interesting world with a lot of sort of environmental storytelling that's really great. So the pieces combined in those games make it a good game, right? Now, arguably, Cyberpunk isn't really a good game. It's just average. in a lot of ways. The same goes for Fallout 4. But still, right, there's reasons why people play those games, and those reasons are mostly sort of the unique selling point of the combined pieces of these games. Whereas a game like Destiny, you could literally take the core gameplay of Destiny and put it into any other game with any other setting. Well, not necessarily with any other setting, right? You would certainly have to craft different optics, like different looks for the abilities, and you would need to come up with an explanation why those abilities exist within another world. But the gameplay itself, right, just the core gameplay and the way it functions could basically be put into any shooter and it would make it a great game. And that's what I'm getting at here, right? Whereas if you take the basic shooting gameplay of Red Dead Redemption 2, it would just be an average game. That part of the game isn't unique. It's not good, right? It's just there. It fulfills the role and function that it's meant to have, but it's not anything beyond that. And the interesting part of Genshin Impact, in my opinion, is that the core gameplay of Genshin Impact is actually really good. Again, it doesn't come close to something like Destiny. It doesn't come close to other unique well, not even unique. The thing is, 14 doesn't have unique gameplay, right? It's tap targeting. It's a tap targeting MMO. But the way they've set it up and the way it sort of works with the way that they've designed rotations and encounters just feels incredible. It feels really, really tight. It's not something that you can just put into another game and just make it work like that, because it really perfectly interacts with the control scheme and the encounters that they've crafted, right? Now, that being said, maybe the sort of function of 14's gameplay is a bit less in terms of uniqueness compared to Destiny, for example. That's certainly true. But again, the core point here that I'm trying to make is that the core gameplay of Genshin Impact is really, really good on its own, right? It has some really good ideas. Unfortunately still has this sort of free-to-play feeling attached to it, where it's just not, like, it has 95% of the pieces there, but the rest, like the remaining 5%, are sort of really obvious that it's not as tight as it could or should be, right? That's a bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. But, you know, the game's free, so, you know, you can't really complain about that. But that's what I really like about Genshin Impact. I wasn't really, like, too invested into the story, all things considered. I thought that the story was really, really average. Not necessarily bad, but just not interesting. And most of the characters, while I really like the character design, as I've said, the specific character stories that they've had in the game aren't really that great either, right? But that being said, when I played it, right, in like 1.2 or something, actually there wasn't that much story to go through, right? There were a couple of bits and pieces here and there, but overall, there actually wasn't that much. So it's going to be interesting to see what else there is. Also, they introduced a ton of stuff over the course of the game. So when I stopped playing, they had introduced like weeklies, which I thought was pretty cool, like weekly quests that you could do, right? That also led to, I think you can unlock new gliders now, which I never did. That was around the time when I stopped, right? Shortly after they introduced those weekly quests. There's also a ton of other weekly stuff that you can do now, a ton of other weekly encounters, all that kind of stuff, right? So I'm really, really interested to see what else there is. There's also now, I think, fishing, and they've done a couple of things with the cooking minigame and things. And then obviously there's just a huge part of the world that's now unlockable that I haven't seen yet, right? So it started out with the first two areas, the Mondstadt area and Liwi, I think it was called. And now there is like a third huge part of the world that got unlocked. Presumably with 2.0 probably. So yeah, really looking forward to see that as well. Yeah, I think that's about it as an introduction. So let's actually get into the game. Oh, whoops. Well, now I took a screenshot. I didn't want to do that. I was in photo mode, by the way. Okay, there's a ton of red markers, a ton of things. So I guess just as an introduction, let me see. Here, character selection. These are the characters that I have. I actually got both Jean and Child, I think is his actual name. I actually don't really like him that much. I thought his story was kind of obnoxious, unfortunately. I think he's kind of pretty good in gameplay, but yeah, I don't really know. And then now when I returned to the game, I actually had a couple of things that I could unlock. I got Baidu, probably how you pronounce that, and Sayu. And once again, yeah, I really like the character design in this game. Not only because the female characters do look pretty awesome.
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
But just overall, I think they're really cool. So let's see, is this actually streaming as well if I open the browser? So there's apparently like a new event, when the Sakura bloom. We also get Primogems because of the server maintenance, which is great, I guess. There are a couple of issues. And one thing, and that's unfortunately something that where you really feel like this is still a free-to-play game. There's some like problems with the game actually retaining brightness settings if you return to it, which is really weird. I know it had some setting retention problems on the PS4 as well. I don't know. Like there are a couple of things that are just really weird. Wait, 600 Primogems. Nice. Claim all, huh? And then we have... Oh yeah, that was just... I don't know why it specifically mentioned that as well. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't really have that much time, actually, so I don't know how much I'll be able to get through. We'll see, I guess. So there is a new battle pass.
There was a glorious kingdom established among the heavens. From that kingdom came a crowned heir, tasked with seeking out the Genesis Pearl from the Kingdom of Darkness.
I think I've seen this multiple times, actually.
The heir began her journey of seeking the Pearl. But she was deceived, and the memory of her noble origins faded. She now believed that she was the queen of the Kingdom of Darkness. But take heart. A second crowned heir had already taken up the path where the first had stumbled. This is the story of your journey, of your tale to be told.
I think I've actually seen that a couple of times. I don't know, do they always play that when the battle pass starts, or what? So there's 40 days. I also don't really get the sort of time frame for the battle pass as well, because yesterday, when I went to check out a couple of... I just wanted to spend a bit of resin, right? Which is the currency that replenishes over time. The battle pass just didn't exist. It sort of ended, I think, on like Sunday or Monday, and then it just didn't exist yesterday. Which is just a weird thing to do, but whatever. Guess it works out. And yeah, I think I said that yesterday as well. The only time I ever spent money on this game was for a battle pass. So the kind of cool thing is, right, you can just go through this, essentially, and unlock everything up until level 50. And then you can retroactively, if you already know that you've essentially unlocked all of the things that are unlockable, you can retroactively just buy the battle pass and it'll just give you everything up until level 50, which I thought was kind of neat, right? Because, like, in a way, and I said that yesterday as well, the amount of time that you save by getting all of this stuff is actually a lot, right? So technically spending, I don't know, the $12 or whatever it costs isn't too bad. And I do think that overall, if you really look, like, if you take a realistic look at it, the battle pass is the one thing I think in this game that where there might be a reason to buy it, right? Because it does, like, essentially it costs a lot less money than it would cost you in terms of time, right? Like the time that you save, essentially you spend like €1 or €2 per hour saved, which I think is a pretty good deal overall, right? And it's only like $12 every 2 months or something, essentially, right? And you only have to spend it if you already know that you've played more than enough of the game, right? So I kind of like that idea. And I think that considering it's a free-to-play game, it is kind of okay to sometimes spend money on it. Again, as I said, I've spent about, well, one battle pass worth of money on this game, which is like $12 or something. But I've played it for like 80 hours, right? Which to me is like basically a full price AAA game most of the time. So I think that's kind of okay, right? The reason why I think it's sort of weird to spend more money on things is because everything else compared to the battle pass is insanely expensive, right? The battle pass, as I said, saves you hours of grinding, like literally 10 or more hours of grinding, I think. But at the same time, it costs $12, but doing like a 10 pull costs $16 or something. And at the end of the day, a 10 pull can literally amount to almost nothing, right? There's nothing in it that you need. Obviously, you don't need the weapons. And I don't know, if you get a character, well, yeah, that's great, but I don't know. To me, it's still ridiculous how much money those pulls cost, right? Because I always sort of go back and if I think about, for example, what, I don't know, Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading cards costed back in the day, right? What they cost, like one pack of those was about $3, maybe $3.50 if it was a very new set. Right now, that's some time ago, so we could say, I don't know, let's say $4.50 or maybe $5 for one pull. But again, it's more than triple that. So I don't know. Also, I think that whole part, like the gacha element of Genshin, I like the character design. I like the basic idea of collecting these characters, but at the same time, I think that the pulls are sort of done weirdly. Because, well, there are a couple of weapons that you might want to get if you already have like a really, really good character and you want their like best weapon or something. That's fine. But overall, the weapons are kind of useless most of the time, right? They're just fodder to increase the level of the weapons that you've already equipped on the characters. So that's kind of my problem, right? Because if you go to, let's say, a trading card game, which is always kind of what I compare these things to, then you'd have, I guess, well, if we're talking about, let's say, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh!, whatever, Magic, right? Obviously, they're common cards. And if you buy a lot of like specific packs of one series, then obviously you get a lot of doubles of those common cards. But that's not necessarily bad, because there are common cards that might be really good if you want to play the TCG, right? So there might be a common card that you want to have 3 or 4 of, depending on what game you're playing, right? In Pokemon, it's 4 cards that you can have in a deck. In Yu-Gi-Oh!, it's 3 copies of the same card. So you might want to have that in any given deck, right? And so even though common, like, obviously you want to go for the rare cards, you're collecting the rare cards and like the super foil, holo, whatever version they're called in your specific card game, right? That are really shiny and really rare, and that's all good, right? But weirdly enough, in Genshin, there isn't anything like that. So what I expected when I sort of first started up the game, or I'm still kind of sort of confused as to why it works this way, is that the packs that you pull, right? If we're talking about a 10 pull, like, let's say you have a character in there, right? If you really get lucky, it's a 5-star character. Usually it's a 4-star character. So that's fine, right? It can also be a 4-star weapon. That's if you get unlucky, right? I also got a 5-star weapon the other day with the pulls that I got for something, I guess, returning to the game or something, gave me a couple of pulls. From the, like, normal banner, I actually got a 5-star weapon. Unfortunately, it's a bow. I don't really know if I can use that on any character. We'll see. So that was kind of unfortunate, right? Because obviously I would have liked to have gotten a 5-star character. But that's fine. But the thing is, everything else in that 10 pull is literally trash, right? The 3-star weapons are just... I mean, first of all, I already have all of them. They don't introduce new 3-star weapons, or at least I don't think they do. So they're literally just to level up your other weapons. And that just feels weird. They could literally just give you these, what are they called? Like what we have here, right? These upgrade stones for your weapon that give your weapon the experience needed to level up. They can literally just give you those in a temple, right? Why are they giving you like 8 3-star weapons? And the weird thing is, right, why aren't there like 3-star gliders, for example, right? Just basic. They don't need to look fancy or anything. Just, I mean, they could be a different colored version of the basic glider. I don't know, but those things, for example, why aren't there like basic character outfits? Maybe outfits that are just a different colored version of the basic outfit that the character already has. Why aren't those included in the polls, right? That's just kind of weird to me. Why the only thing other than new characters included in these polls are these basic weapons that you don't need anyway. Right? That sort of goes against what I know from other card games. I mean, even let's say in Pokemon, for example, right? There's always they at one point introduced these reverse foil cards, which even common ones can be that, right? So you can essentially get every card in a foil version, even the common cards, right? And every booster pack would include one of those. And while that's obviously, you know, I was never really a fan of those. They also never really looked that good, but it was still kind of neat that they existed, right? And, you know, if you kind of went crazy, you could have theoretically gotten the whole series in foil cards, right? The actual foil cards plus every other card in a reverse foil version. So, for example, I would have expected that here as well, right? Where there would be different, I guess, colors of the basic weapon versions, right? So that you can potentially that you might be able to potentially use different colored versions depending on what you like in terms of the looks for any given character, right? And that's just kind of weird to me why that doesn't exist here. But alright, I guess. What I do remember was that it was fairly easy, I think, to upgrade your battle pass, I think. So, I mean, I guess I'll have to do these, right, over the course of this week. I don't know how much of Genshin I actually want to play. And I think aren't these the same weapons that always exist in these battle passes? I think I have one of these. I mean, technically I have to have one of these, right? Because I bought it once. Well, whatever. But yeah, I'm still not really sure how much of Genshin I want to play, especially considering that Elden Ring comes out. There's just a million different games that I want to play, right? And now I just when I went online this morning on my PlayStation, it actually told me so Outer Wilds is on sale. Definitely want to play that game at some point. There's like the Archaeologist Edition, I think it's called, is on sale, which is the basic game plus the DLC, and it's one of the, like, people describe it as one of the best games they've ever played. And since I really like space and rockets and all that kind of stuff, I should probably play it. The problem is that I watched a couple of people play it, right? So I already know sort of the basic stuff of that game, although I don't really know much about the secrets and stuff, so I should probably still play it. It's just that I'm unfortunately not completely blind on it, right? But that being said, I would have never discovered the game in the first place had I not seen people play it, so I guess that's also a good thing. Then also Frostpunk is on sale. I always kind of wanted to play that game on PC because it's sort of a strategy game, sort of. It just looks really, really cool. It's on sale for like $15 on the store currently. And then there's Demon's Souls, which finally went on sale. Unfortunately, it's still $50. I don't know. So I'm not entirely sure, considering that I also want to buy Elden Ring this month. I don't want to spend that much money on games, to be completely honest. And I still have to play such an insane amount of games. And playing Genshin and 14 doesn't really help, right? Because those games take away a lot of time that it could spend on playing other games and single-player games and all that kind of crap. So, but I still want to really play Genshin. I just need this sort of... I do need a game that has this sort of basic loop, right? Where you have like dailies that you can do and stuff like that. I guess I just need to figure out sort of how much of Genshin I really want to play per week, right? That's, I guess, just one thing that I need to figure out on my own, where how much of it I actually really want to play, right? Alright, that's the Battle Pass. Let's see. So I want to take a look at the wishes that are currently active. Everbloom Violet. So that's the new one, right? Astute Amusement. And I guess that's the new character that now exists? Or did she exist before and now she's just event exclusive? I don't really know. Obviously, I don't have wishes. I have a couple Primogems, so maybe at some point I'll probably be able to pull from this. And yeah, this is just the weapons. If you have like a million different euros to spend on this game, then yeah, right. If I was a millionaire, then maybe I'd just buy stuff. Oh, right. And then they have this weird thing. And I didn't really look at that the other day when I went like to check out the like basic game and make sure everything works. Epitomized Path is a mechanic included in this Epitome invocation. Once you have charted a course towards your chosen weapon, you will obtain 1 fate point upon receiving a 5-star weapon that is not the one you chose. Once you have accumulated enough fate points, your next 5-star weapon will be the one you chose through Epitomized Path. Your fate points will reset upon obtaining an Epitomized Path weapon. If you do not choose a weapon, wishes will not accumulate fate points. You can change or cancel your selection. This will reset your fate points. Okay, so if I understand this correctly, essentially if I pull from this banner and I get a 5-star weapon that is not the one that I chose here, I will automatically receive the one that I chose if I get another 5-star one. So this is completely unimportant to me because I'll never buy this banner, right? Because since I don't spend money, I pretty much want to spend my Primogems on getting other characters, right? Can I check what these are? So this is crit damage, Kagura's Verity. Kagura Dance of the Sacred Sakura. Gains the Kagura Dance effect when using an elemental scalding element skill damage the character wielding is increased by 12%. Max 3 stacks character will gain 12% all elemental damage bonus. There's probably a character that wants this weapon, right? And I have absolutely no idea which one it is. This is also crit rate. Primordial Jade Cutter. Protector's Virtue. HP increases by 20%. Additionally, provides an attack bonus based on 1.2% of the wielder's max HP. That sounds pretty good considering I have a lot of characters that sort of scale off of, like, have things that scale off of their HP. I don't know. This one looks a lot cooler though. It's a Catalyst. Whatever. I won't be pulling from this banner anyways, so it doesn't really matter. And this still looks the same that it did before, right? I still have 2 wishes, so I need to get a couple more to... Because you always want to do 10 pulls, right? Okay. So those are the new wishes. Then let's take a look at the shop, if anything changed here. So these are only available via money, apparently. These are different outfits. And weirdly enough, right, I thought that at some point they would just introduce a ton of new outfits, but there only exists like these 4. I don't think that there are many more outfits in this, which is kind of weird to me, considering, again, it's been like a year since I played this game. We are on the 2.5 version of this game. I would have thought that every character would have at least gotten like 2 or 3 new outfits at this point, right? I don't want to know how much money people spend on these. I mean, well, then again, that's sort of the weird point here, right? This is, quote unquote, only about, what is it, $60 for all 4 outfits, which is ridiculously high, right? That, to me, that's just, I mean, think about it. That's literally more money than I would have to spend on Frostpunk and Outer Wilds, which are both currently on sale, right? That's crazy to me that people would spend this much money on these character outfits. I mean, they look cool. I've seen this one especially, because I have her as a character. It looks really, really good. But yeah, it's just the amount of money that's so ridiculous to me. If it would be like $5, maybe $8 even, I would say, maybe if you're a really big fan of that character, if you play her like for hundreds of hours, sure. But like $17 or something, I don't know. That's just weird to me. And here, I guess I want to probably save my whatever the hell that currency is called. I probably want to save that because there might be a character that I don't have in here next month, right? And then this, at some point, you can buy, right, these ones that refreshes in 12 days, which is also just weird to me that these... I remember that, right? I remember that from when I first played, that it was really, really weird to me that these things don't refresh at the same time. So there was the 2.5 update, right, yesterday, and there is a new banner now. But these things refresh in 12 days, even though the Battle Pass now started, right? So there's a couple of things that refresh monthly, and then there's a couple of things that refresh like every 40 days, and there's a couple of things that refresh every 2 weeks. So it's like all over the place. Because again, like months aren't the same thing as weeks, right? Because a month has more than 4 weeks, typically. And then 40 days, the period of the Battle Pass, is completely different to that. So I don't know why there's these weird things in here. I mean, I don't really care. It's kind of funny because that means that there is constantly stuff refreshing. And maybe that's what they were going for, right? Maybe that's why they did it this way, so that people would return for sort of every refresh. And staggering those refreshes means that people will potentially... log in more often. I don't know. It's still weird. And then yeah, this is the crystals. So you can see that they're even more expensive than I thought. Holy shit. I mean, you get a bonus if you purchase them for the first time, since I never did it, right? That's still there. But usually, right? So usually 2,000 crystals are 33 bucks, 33 euros. That's insane to me, right? Because that means that these outfits, like one of them, pretty much costs like 25 euros, I think. Bit more, maybe. That is completely insane to me. Completely insane. 2 of these outfits are worth the same as Demon Souls. Just, like, why? I just don't get it. But apparently a lot of people do spend more. I mean, they're making billions off of this game, right? So, and I always, like, the thing is, I always ask myself, well, is it really just a couple of players who are spending insane amounts of money on this? Or are there, like, a lot of players who spend a bit of money on it, right? I'm still not really convinced either way. Because it would be, like, honestly weird to me that if like 20 or 30% of the player base of Genshin Impact would spend money on these outfits. I don't think it's that many people. And the weird thing is, I mean, I know that this isn't really comparable to Fortnite, but I think, didn't they release at some point like a statistic how much money people spend on average, like per month on Fortnite? And it was like $2 or something. It was like $2.40. It was really, really low. And that kind of, in a way, made me believe in humanity again, right? Because you always hear about these people spending thousands of dollars in these free-to-play games, and people who are buying all kinds of skins, and I always sit there thinking to myself, why the fuck would you spend money? But yeah, if it's actually that, and I suspect that that's actually the same with Genshin Impact as well. I suspect that maybe the sort of average of what players typically spend in Genshin is a bit higher, because I think the people that are still playing this game are probably a bit more invested in it, maybe as well, compared to maybe Fortnite, right? Fortnite feels, I don't know, a bit more like a game that a lot of, especially younger people, might just pick up because everybody's playing it, right? But then they don't necessarily spend money on it, or they're actually kids who don't spend money, whereas I think Genshin Impact, weirdly enough, I think Genshin Impact actually has like a probably much higher average age in their player base compared to Fortnite, I think. I mean, obviously I don't know that, but I would suspect that that's the case. And so the people playing Genshin Impact have just more money on average probably to spend on the game. So I think that sort of the average spending of a person playing Genshin Impact is probably higher than the average spending of a person on Fortnite, but I do think that the average overall is probably not more than $10 per month or something, which that's okay, right? But I still wonder whether or not it's like 10% or 15% of people who are actually buying. So let's say if we assume for a second, right? Just I absolutely have no idea about the actual numbers, right? But if we just for a second assume that the average Genshin Impact player spends $10 per month on this game, right? What does that mean? Right? That would mean that maybe 90% of players aren't spending any money at all, and 10% of players spend $100 per month, which would be a lot, right? And that's where I'm struggling, right? Is it 30% of players spending, I don't know, 30 to $40 per month? And then 70% are not spending anything? Or, I mean, you could also say that maybe 50% of players are spending like $2, right, per month. And then maybe 30% of players spent nothing, and then 20% of players spent like 30 or $25 per month. So, like, it's really hard to say that. And then maybe there might be like a 0.1% population that spends $1,000 per month, right? Which would completely screw up the average anyway. So, but I would be interested in those things because I don't, like, I sometimes wonder who these people are. Obviously, if you have, like, if you're making $100,000 per month, I probably wouldn't care. I might even spend $1,000 per month on this game, right? I mean, I probably wouldn't, but who knows, right? But I mean, how many of those people actually exist, right? How many people are that rich and also play fucking Genshin Impact? There can't be many people, can it? Hopefully. I don't know. I'm just still really, really confused by that and how that works and how they're making that much money. I mean, still, they're creating like beautiful characters, right? Especially female characters. And just the overall gameplay hook of the game certainly creates this, well, makes people want to spend money, right? Obviously, that's a thing. And that's a thing with all of the free-to-play games that exist. But considering, like, and that's pretty much true for most countries, even here in Europe, right, where a lot of countries do have a very, very sort of healthy, I guess, societal systems where even though people can be poor, they can't be, they're just not left alone out on the street or something, right? There are definitely systems you can fall back on, which is good, but I sometimes do wonder if we're talking about, for example, in Germany, 50% of people having less than, I guess, $1,800 per month net income, right? And they have to like buy everything from that, right? They have to pay the house or their apartment with that. They have to pay all of the food that they're getting, all of their like free time expenses and stuff like that. If you hear those kinds of numbers, I then wonder how people are able to spend that much money on free-to-play games. Because we're not only talking about Genshin Impact, right? The free-to-play gaming market, especially on mobile, is insanely huge. Insanely huge, right? And I've seen that. Like, I've had a friend show me, I don't know what it was called, I think Summoner Wars or something, on mobile, right? And the amount of money that you can spend in that game just for like basic character outfits. It's the same with Genshin Impact. Like, that's a mobile game, right? That figure on my mobile screen is literally like a centimeter tall, maybe even less than that. And you could spend like $100 to get an exclusive event outfit thingy, right, for it. Who pays that much money for that? And again, the reason why I would think that, of course, there are people who do that, right? Of course there are. But if you consider how many of these free-to-play games exist and how much revenue they have every year, right? It gets kind of ridiculous to a point where you're really wondering why there are people who have that kind of money just lying around, right? And again, I mean, I would sort of get if you spend your money on Lego, right? Or on trading card games, or on manga, or, I mean, there are all kinds of hobbies out there that do require a lot of money, right? I mean, for a long time, I would have liked to buy a model train, right? I would really like that, to work on like a model train set, but I just don't have the money for it, because that would require thousands of euros to even get started, right? If you want to do it quote unquote right? Obviously you can try to find people like private sellers, right? You could buy a lot of stuff on eBay, especially for a hobby like that. There is a lot of people who sell old stuff, right? It doesn't really get old, right? If it's still in good condition, there's no reason to buy that stuff new, right? So you can definitely save money as well. But still, just the insane amount of electronics and stuff that you need, and also just in general, you need some basic tools to work on that, right? So that's really a hobby you can definitely spend a lot of money on. You can still have that hobby and not spend as much money, but it's still something that I think would definitely require more money than gaming, for example, right? Even if you buy like a PS5 and maybe a new TV or a monitor or something, and then you buy a couple of games, that's still less money compared to a lot of other hobbies, right? So I sort of get if you're like coming at it from that angle, right? If people are saying, well, instead of buying Lego for thousands of bucks, I'll just spend that money on Genshin, right? I can sort of see the reasoning behind that, right? Because if you have a ton of fun playing Genshin, then why not spend money on it? I can definitely see that, right? But I would say on average, the amount of people who spend thousands of bucks on Lego isn't that high. And maybe that's the same in these free-to-play games. But again, and even that, like, if we're talking about Lego, like the actual Lego, not the like other much better brands that now exist, right? But if we're talking about the actual Lego brand, they have insanely overpriced things, right? They are insanely overpriced. Like we're talking about 4 to 5 times as much as it's actually worth, right? If you buy it new, and it's still much cheaper than spending money on free-to-play games. And that's what's so insane to me, right? Again, if we're talking about those 4 outfits, to me that's like, I mean, yeah, they look kind of cute, right? And they're cool outfits, but it's $100 or something. For that same price, you could get like a pretty decent Lego set. And considering that that's a physical thing that I could look at, well, I don't know. I mean, maybe the comparison is there, but again, well, here's the thing, right? The thing with Lego is, right, that, well, if you're smart, you don't buy new, right? You can, not only can you buy used, but you can also buy like all of these different brands that now exist that are much better, they have much better sets, and they have much better prices, right? And so you can actually spend a lot less and get a lot better quality, right? And that's what I don't really get here. Because while the character design in Genshin is incredible, if you just want to look at cute anime girls in cute outfits, I would say there are ways to do that. Like, you can get that way cheaper than spending $100 on 4 outfits in Genshin, right? I mean, the thing is, I could literally just open up a stream. I can literally preview the outfits in game without having to buy them, right? So, like, then having to spend 25 euros so that I can actually equip it on a character, I just don't really see the worth there. But I don't know, right? But yeah, maybe I should end that discussion and actually get into gameplay. But again, it's just a weird thing to me overall. So this is, let's go through these as well. This is the returning package thing. So you get something for returning to the game, which I think is really cool, actually. And while it's not that much, it's also not nothing. I mean, it's literally 400 Primogems or something. So that's definitely great. And then you get a couple of other things as well here. So I've spent resin and whatever that is. Locked in 4 days. And now I also have these. And you also get a weapon, which is really cool. I like these kinds of things. I mean, they're definitely, in terms of what you can do in this game, especially with everything that they've included over the course of all those updates since 1.0, there is just a million different things that you can do here, which is really, really cool. Okay, and this is the event, or the current wish, right? So Yae Miko is the current featured character. I don't know if she's new. I don't know if she got introduced now in the new update. I have Fischl, I have Diona, and Toma apparently is also... I don't know if he's new. No idea. Should we actually look at these? Let's start with this. This is always kind of a neat thing to try out the new characters, and it's also fairly quick. Alright, let's see. Her elemental skill allows her to move rapidly and leave a Seshu Sakura behind. It periodically strike nearby opponents with lightning. As the number of Seshu Sakura within a certain AoE increases, they will increase in level and deal greater damage. Seshu Sakura have a quantity limit and a level limit. Yaoi Miko's elemental burst unleashes fearsome lightning that expands all nearby Seshu Sakura to trigger additional damage, dealing lightning bolts. Additional elemental orbs were dropped during the trial. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, she does look very cute, right? Is she just wearing underwear? I guess. I like her colors, although I don't know. Her hair is definitely Sakura themed, right?
Writing about these days.
I don't know. I mean, she's cute,
what they find so disappointing about
but
their own world.
I think there are a couple of more unique characters in here, probably.
Emerge.
Wait. Oh, so she leaves them behind, and now it can. I guess they get upgraded over time, and you can leave behind 3, or how does that work? Because there are these bubbles above my... That's a cute animation.
Right here.
I like the way that works, to be completely honest. I also like... Is that like a new weapon type, or... Because I haven't seen somebody wield like a... What would you call that? Like a wand like that?
Right here. Emerge. Right here.
Oh, yeah, so the limit is 3, right? It's just, that's interesting. So I guess if I... whoops. Yeah. So you can always have 3 of those out. That is pretty cool. I'd imagine that she's probably really good if you combine her with the right like artifacts and weapons. I like her. Alright. Oh, I unlocked something else as well. That counts as a domain challenge? Sure. So we can claim these now. Let's see, I mean, obviously I know Fischl. She's been around for a very long time.
Oz, reveal thyself.
I always liked her. But for some reason I don't really like bow using characters in this game.
No rest for the wicked.
I don't know, I think bows are kind of boring. I mean, like, right? The way it just looks right now, where I'm just sort of standing here spamming my arrows. I don't know, can you... Yeah, you can hold it, but that's also not really that fun, to be completely honest.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
So I usually... I mean, I have her in my team most of the time, but the only thing that I really do is I just set down the Raven Crow thing that she has, and then swap to another character. I don't know if it's actually the best use. I think I always did that in the beginning, so I'm not entirely sure if that's still sort of the best way of dealing with that. Oh, hey, they gave me these arrowheads. I still need a lot of these. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure if I should keep using her that way. I actually haven't played with her in a really long time either. She has... right, she has this shield. Completely forgot about that as well. I think that's actually pretty powerful. I don't remember it. I think I tried it out a couple of times. I think it's pretty good, but I don't really remember. I mean, apparently you can pretty much have it up all the time. I should probably just switch to the other characters as well.
A little closer.
Ah, right, she has this like healing pond that she can be in.
Oh, so sorry.
And that stays around, right? Yeah, it does.
Can't handle your drink.
This moment will be frozen.
I don't even know the only thing that the R2 thing that Lisa has does is that they get these like numbers on them, right?
Freeze. Dodge this.
I mean, in terms of shield and stuff, she's probably pretty good.
Surrendering and be
Freeze. Oh, so sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. It can be really good in the right configuration, I guess. I mean, most of the characters can, I'd imagine. So far, I haven't really seen a character where I thought that it wasn't really... like, all of the characters can potentially be really, really good if you like play it right. Alright, him I don't know. Elemental Skill deals AoE power damage, summons a defensive blazing barrier. Obtaining blazing barrier again will allow the new damage absorption to stack with the amount that currently remains, and it will also refresh the barrier's duration. And uses his elemental burst, he deals AoE power damage, creates a scorching Uyuroi. Sure. Characters under the effects of the scorching Uyuroi will trigger fiery collapses with their normal attacks, dealing AoE power damage and summoning another blazing barrier. Okay. I don't know, these descriptions... Oh, that looked cool. Now he has the barrier, right? Oh, he also has a spear, I think that is. Very cool attack animation.
Nice and spicy.
Cool it. Dodge this. I got you covered. Don't get too close.
So he's sort of defensive and offensive at the same time.
Don't get frostbite.
Wait, new entry? I also got an achievement for some reason.
Check this out. Cool it.
I like him. He's a pretty cool 4-star character. I always like the... Oh, it's still on cooldown.
This moment will be frozen in...
I like these faster attacking weapons very much.
Fire it up.
And he has a cool animation attached to it as well.
Don't get frostbite.
And then a barrier at the same time with it? Yeah, that's pretty cool, actually. Maybe I'll get lucky and get him as well. Although at this point, the amount of leveling that I still need to do with my characters kind of means that I actually don't really want to get a new character, which is sort of weird, but yeah, that's how it is currently. Alright. Claim, right. So we've completed this, and then let's see. I think I got a couple new items as well. Because I think a couple of those items that I just got are things that you only get in like the new area, and since I haven't been there, which is also really weird, right? The Sayu, her, right? I only have her on level 20 because I need these things as essential materials, which apparently you can only find in the new zone. So that's really interesting that I'm just not able to level her further because I haven't been to the new zone. I thought it was kind of interesting that it worked that way. Challenger series. Destroy an ice shield... Wait, what? Destroy an ice shield wall, Mitachurl's shield. Mitachurl? I have no idea what they're called. Interesting. Okay. I wonder if... Well, those achievements can't be new, because I already did some of those. So, yeah, I guess I never did that before. It's also kind of neat that you can even complete achievements while doing these test runs, but apparently everything counts towards that, right? So yeah, so this is like a permanent quest, right? So I guess that's because she's a new character now. She is featured currently, but the quest, I think, stays around, right? These story quests always stay around. If you speak a special incantation in the dead of night, your wish will come true, whatever it may be. Whoa. Well, I can think of a couple of things. Such rumors have been spreading throughout Inazuma streets and alleys, and have gained quite the ardent following amongst the people. A sword master whose behavior has been out of sorts, a storied light novel and its mysterious author. Does the plot stop here, or is there more to it? The truth shall come to light on a moonless night. All feasts will end, and all banquets cease. See them off with a smile, and thus bring the past at last to an end. That actually sounds very, very cool. Ooh, hello there. You also look really cool. Raiden Shogun. Story Quest Act 2. I haven't even done the first one. Adventurers have recently found rift hounds attempting to destroy the root system of the sacred Sakura near Mount Yogu. Ferocious beasts, everything being destroyed, the humans fighting valiantly, just as the Raiden Shogun remembers happened during that catastrophe. Where there is progress, there must be loss. By the time she had cut the darkness away then, she was already alone. But now... Okay. This one is actually something that I want to do first. Because this apparently unlocks like fishing and stuff. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to that actually. Crisis looming over Liyue Harbor is calmed and it's business as usual in the city. However, Madame Ping, the flower admirer from Yujing Terrace, seems to have something more to discuss with you. I sort of remember her name, but maybe that's also something. And yeah, this is about the fishing, and apparently you need to complete a teapot to call home first. And then this still exists as well. I never went more than, well, what it says here, right? Floor 7, Chamber 3. Still need to upgrade my characters more. I actually kind of want to get into the things of these. Clear all 8 floors of the Abyss Corridor to unlock floor 9 to 12, containing the Abyssal Moonspire challenge. Yeah, unfortunately I've never unlocked that. After a set amount of time, the lunar phase and the Abyssal Moonspire will shift, bringing new treasures. Conquer all 4 floors to get rewards before the moment of Syzygy arrives, whatever that means. So I think until you unlock those later floors 9 to 12, the rewards that you can get from this thing, which is sort of I guess you could kind of call it an endgame raid in Genshin Impact, although you're doing it solo, obviously. The first floors are just you unlock them once and you get the rewards once. But I think there's also something like rewards that you can get repeatedly every time it resets. But I think you can only really get them if you've permanently unlocked the later floors. Maybe though. But I definitely want to get to that at some point. That would be kind of cool, right? If I had that and were able to do that. Ice Shield Wall Mitachurl. I think I've never seen that. Because they probably exist on the mountain that they introduced in, was it 1.6, I think? So obviously I've never been there as well. Because I had already stopped playing at that point. But yeah, they apparently use cryo shields. That's interesting. Its shield will regenerate in sub-zero climate. So usually they only have a wooden shield, right? I think were the only ones that existed before. It's also really cute that you get 1 Primogen for reading the tutorial. I guess that's one way of making people read those. Yeah, I need to complete that to get rid of the red thing. And then I have like a billion different quests that I still need to do. Have I actually... Yes, my resin is full, so... I think I can still craft a couple of condensed resins, right? Let's actually get the maximum amount. Yes. Probably should have done that in the first place. But then again, that's sort of the thing here, right? That I don't really want to... I don't really want to, like, play the same way that I did at first when I started the game, which was I really went hard on everything that was, right? And I also kept track of the resin replenishment, right? And I would log in like 2 times a day to make sure that I spent all of the resin that I had and stuff like that. I really don't want to do that anymore. I really don't care that much about it. But, you know, if I have the opportunity to do it, then why not, right?
Add Astra
So, a couple of expeditions have probably also been completed. Let's just send the same characters out again. I actually don't know if it's... I think that I sent them out to collect, like, food stuff most of the time, because I need that to craft certain foods, but as long as I don't really know why I did that, I kind of want to just probably do this. Okay. And that also completed something here, right? Yeah, mine 10 things. And now the only daily stuff left is to complete the dailies, which I'll probably do first. And then I think with the I can forge this stuff, right? Let's see, is there a bonus that I can get here? Apparently not. Probably want to do this, and then 10 would be 30, right? So let's do 9. Because I want to keep 50 in case I find one of these things, right? Okay. I don't even know if that's still sort of the optimal thing to do with that, but who freaking cares? Also, I probably shouldn't have spent all my resin, I just realized, because a couple of weeklies require you to have like normal resin. Although, never mind. I still have the other, what's it called? Where is it even? This stuff. I still have 15 fragile resin, which replenishes your resin by 60 points, so I guess it's fine.
It's time to move on. We shouldn't stay here.
Oh, completed one more thing here as well. Radiance. The names that they find for these are weird, right? Presage, Starburst, Radiance, and Tracer. Whatever that is supposed to refer to, I have no freaking idea, but okay, I guess. Let's see. So the commission quests. These are the dailies. Start off with this one. And yeah, also one thing that made me return to the game is I think Adventure Rank 60 is still the max. So technically, you kind of still
Submit for judgment.
hopefully you still not really
Swear by my sword.
like, I mean, that's pretty cool, right? I wonder if there are people who are actually 60, because it doesn't seem like too complicated to get to that point. So I wonder if there's actually sort of an end to the grind, I guess, in that sort of sense.
Forth, my blade, from whence you came.
I mean, I desperately need to level up my... The monsters overleveled me by so much at this point that it's just kind of not that easy to kill them, because my damage is just not that high. Oh, there are reinforcements coming. Also, these drop arrowheads, which is really cool.
Barbados, guide us.
Yeah, sure.
One with my blade.
Nice and spicy.
Submit for judgment.
Go as one.
Boo. Whoopsie. Didn't want to do that. I actually... I'm not even really sure who I would like to focus on. I mean, Jean is really good, especially in terms of healing as well. So... Hey, he dropped a purple thing. Yeah, Jean's healing is just really good, so... And apparently there's also wood now? That didn't exist before for wood? No idea what you do with that. Wait. Let's go here. Pudgy Pyrotechnicians. Let's see what that is. Guess this would be the closest.
I do hope the Knights of Favonius are all working hard.
But yeah, I'm actually really looking forward to sort of get to a point again where I'm, well, at the, at endgame again, right? Because I'm clearly kind of not at this point.
Wind, hear me.
Spirit blade, attack!
Boba, get them! Shadow Raven, let night fall!
I probably also need to read up again on Fischl's talents, because I feel like they were kind of different to what I remember them to be. Oh right, you can also kill these things for some reason. Whoopsie.
Curb your fury.
I swear by my sword.
Though my plan was to, I definitely want to upgrade main Sha. Like the main Sha still needs an upgrade desperately. And like beyond that, I started to upgrade Jean, so that's also the sort of the next thing that's on the menu, I guess. Where did you go?
Barbados, guide us.
The only thing that I still wish that they did was that you could see the cooldowns of your characters in the like character overview, right? And unfortunately, they still haven't done that apparently, because it would be really cool to see whether or not your R2 was available again, right? It's a bit unfortunate that that's not the case, but then again, at the same time, it's not that big of a deal. I don't think there was anything else that I could find here. But I don't know. I also don't know whether or not they might have like introduced new chests somewhere at some point, right? So what are you doing over here?
At the frying pan, by royal go as
Wind, hear me.
Get them!
Yeah, having to sort of scroll through your characters. I mean, at a certain point, if you know the characters you're using, you also probably know their cooldowns, right? Typically. But then again, for example, on Fischl, I think the bow that I'm using has a chance of actually resetting the cooldown as well. Obviously, that won't happen if I don't have her selected anyway, but I don't know, right? It would be kind of cool if you could see those cooldowns, I guess. Don't even know whether or not it's worth collecting these. Alright, where's the next one? Lost Key. I'm also not really reading through these because I'm pretty certain that I've done them like a million times before already. A couple more crystal flies here. So need them for the condensed resin, right? It's always great collecting them if you happen to come across them. Alright, let's see what this is about then. This might be some sort of escort mission or something. I don't know if I've actually done that. Okay. There's a couple of crystal flies here. Hold to open the shortcut wheel, then select elemental. Oh, right, that was with this, right? If you follow the route that he took. Oh, right, that's how that worked. Yeah, there's definitely a couple of things that I need to remember again about the game. Well, that was easy. Oh. There's a chest here. Why is there a chest here?
Things are going a little too...
Also, interestingly enough, all of the dailies combined give you like 1,500 XP towards your adventure rank, I think, which is quite a lot. That means I only need 10 dailies to, 10 days of dailies to level up my adventure rank. That doesn't actually feel too bad, to be honest. Alright. That was certainly easy. And then the last one, emergency. Let's see what that is. Over here. So let's go here then. I also always like, it constantly displays that areas are highly dangerous because I'm only level 60 with my characters, right? Kind of weird. What is it? Oh, it's just this thing. Don't want to fight the weird flower though. But yeah, getting back into it is actually a lot of fun. Also, by the way, that mountain looks incredible. I mean, again, they introduced it, like, after a while. I don't know what's, like, glowing red there. Really looking forward to actually explore the new areas as well. But yeah, I need to figure out a couple of things here. Ooh, this weird thing. Cool. Very cool.
Odd, reveal thyself. You're toast.
I actually don't remember how these are defeated. I do remember that you, like, with ranged characters, you can in fact actually like attack them and they'll... Whoa! That was okay. That was a lot more damage than I was expecting.
One with my blade.
But yeah, I do remember that you can... Wait, I should probably... Let me see. I know there's also like a quick heal function somehow, but I haven't really used that either. Is this actually, like... This also regenerates. Is this, like, sorted by amount that it restores?
From whence you came, swift and merciful.
As you wish, main Fräulein.
I always thought that this was sort of a weird enemy because it felt like it was much easier to actually defeat it if you have a ranged character as well. Because you can literally just, with Fischl, right, I can literally just hit it. I mean, that's sort of the point, I think. Well, technically you get Amber for free, right? Meaning that, I guess it's meant to be fought that way. But it is kind of interesting that if you don't prepare with a character that actually can properly fight at a distance, then I guess you kind of have to wait for it to come back down again. Something like that, which is a bit weird in my eyes, but alright. And actually, let's see. Light a fire first. Oh, whoopsie. Does this work? So, I'm not entirely sure which things I always went for. I think I definitely need to replenish my food for reviving characters. I don't think that I have that much left in that case. Yeah, so these ingredients you typically want to get. The problem is, I think the shrimps, you can't actually farm. Or at least you couldn't when I was, you know, back then. Everything that I'm saying, obviously take it with a grain of salt, right? Everything that I'm saying refers to something that happened in 1.2 or something. But yeah, these as well. See, I remember that I sent characters out to collect these weird, like the first things. Can I actually look at these? These things, lotus heads, right? You can definitely get those, and then I think this one you have to buy. Or you can do this, right? But you also have to then, you have to buy the salt as well, right? So it doesn't really matter what you do. But I don't know if you, it's a bit, kind of a bit annoying that you can't really sort by like favorites or something. Oh, right. I completed the daily missions. Nice. And I get one more thing here as well. See, this is definitely something that Genshin Impact does very, very well. No matter what you do, you can just literally run around the world. There's always going to be something that you do or something that you unlock or get or whatever, right? I mean, literally here, you can just open this and you get a chest, and that's pretty cool. Like, the the sort of gameplay, the basic gameplay loop that the game has is just really, really awesome in my books. Probably want to defeat these guys, right? Because I need the arrowheads.
Submit for judgment.
Out of the frying pan.
If they even drop them. Oh yeah, nice. Maybe I should actually... there seem to be quite a lot of them here. Because I was wondering the other day about the arrowheads and where you get them from. That seemed not that easy to do, all things considered. So I wonder if this is actually a good place to find them.
A touch of frost.
Oh boy, I can't wait to actually increase my my DPS. It's getting really bad at this point.
By royal decree.
Yay, another sharp arrowhead. Oh, an arrowhead as well. Yeah, maybe I should... Maybe I should mark this area. Let me see. Can I do that? So here. Wait, you can set custom pins? So if I set, let's see, arrowheads. So now does it say that? Or do all of those now are called arrowheads? I wonder. No, I think you can actually name them yourself. That's actually pretty cool. I wonder when they did that. Either I never noticed that, or they introduced that at some point. Probably the latter one, but yeah, I don't really know. Right. Let me see. So one thing that I'm not entirely sure is how this NRE pouch actually works, because apparently I own, or is it, wait. Can you manually insert food into that? No, it actually uses, it actually automatically uses food from your inventory, which is pretty cool, I guess. The only like weird thing is, so if you look here, right? If I press L1 and then circle, that would heal me, right?
The rite of parting?
But shouldn't there also be a way to select the revive item? That's a bit strange to me. Destroy, remove. This is just to equip and unequip. HP recovery dish. Revival dish. I guess it does that automatically, maybe. But yeah, alright, so that's the way you can actually select that. Because I actually haven't really used that function that much. I feel like I should use it actually more. So, weirdly enough, I can't select, like it would be kind of good if you could filter out for recovery dishes. I mean, I don't really, does it really matter? 900 to 1500 HP isn't that much anyway, right? I just don't really want to, I don't like having like a million different dishes in my inventory, that's sort of the thing. But I don't think... Oh, no, wait a second. I think in Liyue, you're actually able to purchase the shrimps, right? If I remember that correctly. Although, to be completely honest, it doesn't really make sense to spend money on that, right? If I can just literally use these to revive people, why would I need to spend money? That's not really a thing, right? Or that doesn't really make sense, I think. But I still have 6 of the other ones, so I'll only craft them once I got rid of all of them, I think.
Astra Abyss. Thank you for completing today's commissions. Here is your reward.
Well, thank you very much. Cool. And then let's collect the items here. Okay. So now...
Moon pie. That's what I'll make tonight.
Kind of thought that there was something else that I wanted to do. Oh. Nice. Already level 1. So I definitely want to continue with this now. Mainly because the frickin' exclamation mark is bothering me. And then I guess there are like a million different quests here that I need to do, huh? I mean, that's fine. We'll be getting to those in all the quests. And then there are the weird stuff is, I think that's the new reputation quest. I don't think that's on the map, actually. Aren't there like reputation things? Weren't they over here somewhere? Here, right? Yeah, that's the reputation stuff. This is also right, so these are the weeklies, right? And then you also get something for completing all the available quests, and you can get something for the world exploration as well. I really liked when they introduced these. And yeah, then you have like weekly quests that you can do. And if you increase your reputation level enough, I think you get like a special glider, wasn't that from here? Before I do that though, I definitely want to start with a couple of quests. Alright, that's not the menu that I selected. A teapot to call home. Go to quests. That's this one. I don't know why it's marked as such a special quest. I guess because it unlocks like a special feature. A teapot obtained from Madame Ping. There seems to be a whole new realm within it. What the hell? Open air workshop. A spacious open air workshop with a highly efficient furnace and bellows. This kind of workshop usually operates at a blacksmith's forge, but it is also suitable for smelting. Step-by-step blueprint for making a Teowen lantern, fragrant brilliance. After using this item, you can view it in the creation. Why is there furniture? And a profitable fruit stand. Making a profitable fruit stand. Can you, like... Have they introduced housing in this game? Is that what this is?
It's time to move on. We shouldn't stay here.
Okay, where is that quest, though? Directly in Liyue. God, there's so much to do. I don't even know when I could do that. I still need to do... I remember having to, like... Alright. Fucking hell. Once again, selected the wrong menu. So if you look in the adventure handbook, right? These are the, like, dailies that I just did. And then these are the domains that you can do. So I still have that, like, 2 times bonus, apparently, because I'm a returner to the game, which is kind of cool. But yeah, then you also have these ones. These are the weeklies, right? The crowns domains that I have two of currently, and then well, this one, but I can't really do that because I need to level up for those. But yeah, I also need to do these. Then there is also the fight against the wolf. I don't even... Shouldn't it display that here? Boss enemies, right? No. Or was it allied enemies? Isn't that displayed? Yeah. The fight against the wolf. The treasure collection cost is actually... Oh, interesting. So that's a special one, right? Wasn't there like a second one like that? Or maybe not. Maybe they introduced a new one. I mean, there's definitely a lot that I still need to unlock as well, right? Alright, so that's the quest that I'm looking for. But yeah, there is, again, there is the reputation quests that are weeklies that I still need to do. I need to fight the... I need to fight Storm Terror, I need to do the other trans domain, I need to do the fight against the wolf, so there's all kinds of things that I still need to do, which is really, really cool. There are so many things that I still can do here, right? Traveler, hold on a second. I know this is a bit sudden, but do you have any interest in cameras? Wait, what? Why is that written with a K? Sure, little. Well, this camera here is no ordinary camera. It uses the latest technology from Fontaine, wherever that is. The photos printed by this model all come with a unique effect not offered by standard cameras. For real? Hey, I'm telling the absolute truth here. If you don't believe me, you can ask about it at the Adventurers Guild. I was skeptical at first too. I played around with it for ages, but couldn't get it working. Eventually, one of the adventurers from the guild gave me a hand. Now, you must be wondering what makes this camera so different. Well, it's to do with the internal design. It takes a certain kind of potion that adds a special effect during the printing process, making the photos look much better than those printed by your average camera. What do you think? If you're interested, I can let you play around with this one for a while. It has a limited variety of potions, but enough for you to get a feel for how it works. I plan to make a trip to Fontaine at some point and purchase some new varieties of potions. If you're interested, I hope to have your custom then. How much do they cost? Hey, don't you worry about that side of things. They're already very cheap when purchased individually, and if you plan on buying in bulk, we can discuss discounts. Please, keep this camera as a token of my esteem. If you enjoy using it, I'd appreciate your business in the future. Okay.
How many days has Daddy been away?
I didn't expect this quest to be about a camera.
Onwards. We have work to do.
Huh? I don't want to switch it. The fuck? Why? Shouldn't I be able to put it on like a different button? Why do I have to put it on the same button? When used, this useful gadget can save and store the scenery before it, and add a special color tone to it. A strange device from Fontaine that will not only record sceneries, but will also add special colors to the printed images. This design was made in response to the Steambird's request for a camera that could not only reflect the environment, but also the emotions of the one taking the picture. Unfortunately, the final product could not quite match their specifications. But wait, I mean, there is like an actual photo function here. What's the difference with the camera then? Like, seriously, why? Why can I only switch these functions? Wait, so it literally just takes a picture and then that's it?
I do hope the Knights of Favonius are all working hard.
I mean, okay. What was he talking about with the potions? I am slightly confused. If there's an actual photo function... I mean, wait, so can I... What if I enter photo mode? I mean, this is the actual, like, photo mode, right? I can, like, move the camera around and stuff. I can also, like, zoom in and I can hide the characters. And even have, like, alpha pose, okay? But now I wouldn't be able to take a photo with a certain effect, right? Because if I just take a photo, then it's literally just a normal one. But I can't use the camera in photo mode? That is very weird. I actually don't think that that was the quest that I was supposed to be going towards, but whoopsie, I guess. Yeah, I don't really get what that's about. Also, if, I don't know, I just took a picture, right? And it just looked different, like it looked old. But he made it like seem like I had to purchase a special potion in order to actually be able to use that effect, but I don't get it. Whatever, I guess. There's a new quest here as well, but I want to do this one first. That was also... Wait. No, that wasn't. For a second I thought that was the quest that made the exclamation mark appear. I think she was up there somewhere, right? I think I remember her. Wasn't she... Wasn't Madame Ping part of some other quest? Maybe? Yeah, she definitely was. Isn't she also... Wasn't she involved with...
Come. You've arrived at just the right moment. I've been looking for you.
I think she was involved with the... Oh boy, I actually don't remember what they were called, but there are these like deities that protect Liyue, I think. And they were somehow... Well, there were like 4 deities, and there was definitely a quest line that I did where you had to like enter a specific domain and do something, and the deities then protected Liyue from like a monster attack or something. That was a really cool cutscene at some point. I do remember that. I probably should read up on that at some point. I don't know if you can. I think you can, right? There's definitely like there's a huge archive in this game, which I really like, and then there's also you can look at like completed quests, and she was part of that. I just don't remember whether or not she is like a deity in disguise, or if she's just like, I don't know, like a priestess of them. I don't really remember.
What is it, Granny? Need any help?
Oh, no. You've done so much for Liyue Harbor already. I could hardly ask for more.
Sorry, I don't remember most of that. It's been a while.
My old friends and I have been putting our heads together to think of what sort of gift we might give you in return.
A gift?
Cool.
For Paimon?
Not for you.
Oh, child, you are so very modest. Uncommonly so, even. But you mustn't decline this gift. I simply won't allow it. When you traversed my old teapot in search of the cleansing bell, I heard your little friend mention that you often camp out in the wilds.
Right. Didn't we actually enter her teapot? Or... Again, I don't really remember it, but there was definitely something like that going on, right?
That simply won't do. Especially since I imagine you still have a very long journey ahead of you. Fortunately, I have not yet grown so old as to see my subspace creation abilities atrophy.
What?
Oh, did my friends never mention that to you? Well then, it is a blessing we old folks once received from Rex Lapis, part of our illumination, if you will.
Right, Rex Lapis, wasn't that the guardian of Liyue? And then he sort of died, and nobody knew why, and they suspected somebody, and yeah, there was a whole kind of thing going on with that.
I will not go into too much detail, but subspace creation is the ability to create a small, autonomous pocket world.
That sounds very useful, actually.
The teapot that you entered previously was a little trinket created using that ability.
A trinket, you say?
So, in the eyes of an Adeptus, creating a magic teapot world is just child's play, huh?
Adeptus, right? Was she an Adeptus? Something like that, right?
Indeed, the teapot is nothing to boast of. One such as myself must depart from this realm to create a world of one's own. Rex Lapis, on the other hand, moved mountains and seas. That is what one might call an exercise of true power. But that's enough nostalgia for now. The gift that I have prepared for you just requires a few final materials to add the finishing touch.
What are the missing materials?
That's right! Finding stuff's what we're good at, after all.
Apparently.
Oh, settle down now, children. There's no need for you to go running hither and thither. I have already found a fleet-footed youngster to prepare what I need. What's more,
okay.
I doubt that you would know how to find the materials I am searching for. Some of them are very rare indeed these days.
Well, so what? Do you have them or not? And what are those, if I might ask?
Well, for starters, I require some shimmer soil from the banks of Dihua Marsh. Back in the day, it could only be found where the glaze lilies thrived most profusely. You would have to dig downward, following the roots of the glaze lilies, and if you were lucky enough, you just might find a small patch of shimmer soil there.
Again, I'm not asking you what was required at some point. I'm asking you if you have them.
No one has been able to find shimmer soil in this manner since Dihua Marsh came to be the way it is today. Even more difficult to find is Smaragdus jadeite, which must be chiseled from the rock of the chasm. Or so it used to be. Ever since the Blackcliff Forge opened for business, they've slowly but surely stripped the mines all but completely bare of it. In any case, Smaragdus jadeite is an Adepti treasure, and the adeptal power within is not something that most humans can withstand. Extended contact with it is, in fact, harmful to humans.
And you want to make a teapot out of those materials for me?
Goodness knows if that child will succeed in finding these items.
Who is this child?
Well, since you're an Adeptus, Granny, the person you asked for help, they must be an Adeptus too, right?
Yes. I suppose she does count as an Adeptus.
She counts? How come there are so many Adepti in Liyue Harbor? We seem to bump into them all the time. It feels like even when you go out to eat, you could be sitting next to an Adeptus and never even know it.
Didn't we actually do that at some point?
Oh, maybe so. Who can say? A fair few of my old friends are rather fond of mundane mortal life, after all.
I'm back, Granny.
Well, hello there, beautiful legs.
Oh, I don't believe we've met.
No, we certainly haven't, I think.
Allow me to do the honors. This child here is Yen Fei, She's the one helping run some errands for me. Yenfei, I believe you already heard of the Traveler and his traveling companion.
I do very much like how they're doing sort of the character introductions, right? In a way, like all of these characters exist separately in this world, but then they also exist as your companions. And I don't know, I really like that, the way they've done that, right? The fact that, I don't know, they're sort of both. And even if you don't have them through sort of the gacha system, you can still interact with them and see them and all that kind of stuff. That's really cool.
Of course, who hasn't? Much has been written about you in the Millilith's records. You became one of Liyue's most wanted after the Millilith marked you as a suspect following the incident at the Rite of Dissension. After which, you fought off the Millilith at Julian Karst and made contact with the Fatui.
Well, thanks for the recap. Actually, that's pretty cool. I wonder if this was one of the first quests introduced after that whole thing, right? I don't know how they actually introduced these quests or at what point they introduced them. So I don't know if they actually did this on purpose. It's kind of cool. So yeah, that's how that worked, right? So there was there was the incident at the Rite of Parting, I think it was called. And the being that was thought of as Rex Lapis, I think, died, or supposedly died. And then we were marked as the person who was responsible for its death, right? But then we sort of proved that we weren't, and we helped find the true culprit, I think. And then in the end, Child, the person that I also have, like the 5-star character, right, we fought him at their vault or something like that, right, which is now also a weekly thing that you can do.
Before finally defeating an ancient god together with Granny and her associates, and subsequently being cleared of any and all suspicion by the Chising. What a shame.
A shame?
A shame that we didn't meet sooner.
I guess so. I don't know if I like her, like, face design. I think they could do a bit more in terms of face design. The outfits and stuff always look really cool.
If we had, well, I can't say that I would have been able to clear you of suspicion immediately, but it certainly would have been less, embarrassing for you.
I mean, I don't know. Some of the characters sometimes have this, like, bored look on them. Just a bit weird.
Allow me to introduce myself once more.
Well, that's
I'm
a shot.
Yenfei, a legal advisor. Got a legal problem? You can come right to me.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Here's my business card. You'll find it has my contact details and office address. Keep it handy.
I guess
if you have an urgent issue,
handy.
Just leave me a note at this address. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, I offer a very generous discount for first-time customers.
That's nice. She shows a lot of skin, right, in her, you know what I mean.
Yenfei, all right. Let's get to the business at hand. I do not think these two are in any dire need of legal assistance at the moment.
Well, hopefully not. I mean, once again, I like her hat. I guess her, like, skirt thing looks pretty cool.
You'll have to excuse Yenfei. She's always been like this. Ever the talkative one when it comes to her own affairs.
Are you really an Adeptus?
Paimon was gonna ask the same question. You seem really different from the ones we've met before.
An Adeptus? I guess. Kinda. My old man said he was one anyway.
Okay.
He mentioned that he once campaigned with Rex Lapis for a long old time, and then after that was all over, he went back and married my mom. They had me, and once I was all grown up, the two of them upped and left on a journey, leaving me with Granny here.
Okay, yeah, that's actually the right response to something like that. That seems
That's a bit
strange.
casual for an Adeptus. Aren't you guys supposed to sign solemn contracts to protect Liyue Harbor and all that stuff? What do you mean he just went back to get married?
Well, my dad did say that he'd talked it through with Rex Lapis, and that he was fine with it. Even contributed towards the wedding gift, apparently.
It's all. I remember that was already kind of a weird thing when I first got here, because like in most games, or also the way they made it seem, I first thought of these god beings as like some sort of like background law, right? These, well, gods that existed for a very long time that are being like prayed to and that kind of stuff. And then they sort of turn out to be just normal characters that just exist within this world and just sort of live normal lives, but are kind of immortal apparently, and they just chill here, right? They're not really gods. They just exist as like normal beings, more or less. Just that they're a lot more powerful, I guess, in terms of their magic as well. I remember being a bit confused by that, because it, like, the way they so casually mention all these gods and what they're doing, and now with this as well, with the Adepti, right? There's apparently all kinds of Adepti that just chill here, and they, like, nobody really gives a fuck about that, right? I don't know, it's kind of a funny way how they do that.
Let's not dwell on that too much. So, Granny, I've gotten a hold of most of the stuff you asked for, except for Smaragdus Jadeite. I couldn't find any at all. The chasm's been sealed off, and there's just no way in. Couldn't secure any documentation either. Looks like the Ministry of Civil Affairs is serious about keeping it strictly locked down.
Is that so? But Smaragdus Jadeite is really rather essential. Yanfei, are you sure you can't find some other way? They have helped Liyue greatly, after all. It is only right that they are duly rewarded.
I know, Granny, you've told me 1,000 times already. Well, the chasm's definitely a no-go, but there's still a chance we can figure out some alternative means of procurement.
Where is this supposed chasm anyway?
Hold on a moment. Let me have a look.
Wait, where did that book come from?
Whoa, that's a really thick book. What kind of things do you write in there?
Commercial consultancy. Or Snezhnaya. Ah, found him.
What?
Krusell. A Snezhnayan merchant who once came to me with some legal queries on certain articles in the legal codices. If my memory serves, all of them had to do with rare ores.
Isn't that the Fatui merchant down at the harbor that we've talked to a million times? I think.
He mentioned that he was considering acquiring some Smaragdus Jadeite to make hairpins, and wanted to know if there were any legal ramifications that he should be aware of. Said he was planning to sell them in Snezhnaya.
Okay, wait a second. So, this super rare material that we're looking for, that can be used to literally make objects that are able to, like, shrink us down, essentially, into a pocket dimension. He wants to buy some of that stuff to make hairpins? What? Sure. Alright, 1 second. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry. Got a call. But yeah, that comment about the hairpins just seems weird, doesn't it? That it's supposed to... Okay.
So, I guess I'll go look for him. With any luck, he'll have gotten his hands on some Smaragdus Jadeite, or might have an idea of where we can find some.
Okay. I don't want to go with her. If she can do that on her own, why not let her do it on her own? I mean, they're getting us a gift. Why do we have to go with them?
You want to join me? I suppose that's no problem, but it's best if you just stand by and watch. If you try to get involved, you'll only risk placing yourself in legal jeopardy.
Cool.
Wow, an Adeptus imploring us to avoid incurring legal liability. That's a first for sure. Best we be a little more careful than usual while we're with her.
Huh. I don't know. Interesting start to that quest, I suppose. Glaze lily, silk flower. I don't remember if I actually need these. Can you? No, this actually doesn't drop any wood. Interestingly enough. I remember the glaze. I think I farmed these at some point. I just don't remember why. Or maybe I just. Yeah, I don't know why I did that. This actually drops something. Bamboo segment. Yeah, no idea what I need that wood for. Although apparently, I mean, this does seem to lead. I didn't think that the teapot actually led to that, but it does seem to me like there's some kind of, well, not necessarily like housing, but it seems to lead into the direction of you being able to having like a portable camp, I guess, with you, right? That seems to be what they're getting at here. So, yeah, it's the guy that we always talk to. This merchant has been involved in... No, wait, is that him? Crossel? I don't remember who we talked to before. But yeah, it does seem to lead towards like a portable camp of sorts, right?
Hello, Mr. Crossel. How's business been?
Oh, good, very good. All thanks to your advice, Miss Yanfei. What brings you here today?
He has kind of a weird voice. I mean, I've heard that voice actor before, but I don't know.
You're too kind. I was simply doing my job. Now, I believe that the last time we met, you mentioned that you were looking to source some Smaragdus Jadeite to make hairpins. Have there been any further developments on this front?
Well, yes. As a matter of fact, in the end, I did acquire a small piece of Smaragdus Jadeite and had it fashioned into a pair of hairpins.
Great. So now we need to track down those hairpins, apparently.
Miss Yanfei, might I presume that you have an interest in the hairpins? I must apologize. I've already rented them out to a lady named Zhi Qiao. If you'd like to inspect them, you may have to wait quite some time.
Isn't that also a character that you can get?
Wait, isn't Smaragdus Jadeite really rare? Aren't you worried about the hairpins getting damaged or lost while they're being rented out?
No, I'm not worried in the slightest, because I signed a contract with Miss Zhi Qiao before renting them to her.
Well, I mean, obviously,
the contract
right?
makes it quite clear that if she loses or damages the item in question, she must compensate me for its full original value. In return, I included a clause that guarantees the Smaragdus Jadeite is genuine, with a penalty of 10 times the item's value payable by me to Miss Zhi Qiao in the event that it is shown to be a fake.
Cool. No ambiguities there.
Guaranteed genuine, with 10 times the value payable if this claim is shown to be false. Yes, these terms are very clear indeed.
Of course. This way, both the client and I have the assurance we need. To ensure fairness, each of us has retained an original copy of the contract.
In that case, might you know where Miss Zhi Qiao lives? We'd like to pay her a visit and have a look at the hairpins.
Oh, of course. She wrote her address down when we signed our contract. Here, I'll mark it on your map for you.
Well, I mean, she knows her, right? So it's kind of okay that he gives out the address. I was kind of like taken aback by that a little bit, because I mean, there are these really, really valuable hairpins that somebody rented out, and he just gives out the address of that particular person to us, right? You probably usually wouldn't really do
Thanks
that.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Crossel. We'll be off now.
Okay. Oh, it's right here? I wonder what this other quest is. But we'll get to those, right? I need to do all quests anyway. But they're not going anywhere. Which is one thing that I really liked when I started this game as well. The fact that the... Can I get foot to go? Wait. You can actually... Oh! Stone Harbor Delicacies. Cool. I never knew this. Cured pork dry hot pot. Sounds delicious. Nice. I think I have to use the recipes. Wait, do I? Maybe I have to use them while I'm cooking something. Oh, I can just enter? Wait, I thought you had to have a reservation. This is actually not where we're supposed to be though, right? Who are you then? Wasn't he part of some quest? This might be something that's connected to another quest at some point, right? Or which seems to be that way. How? I remember being kind of confused by all of these staircases. Right, because you have to always... Right. You have to enter from this place and then go up and then over.
So, are you
I guess I want to get these. Because they get added to your archive, right? Which is really cool. There you are. But that doesn't really look like a character, though.
Whatever shall I do? Yes, that's me. Is there something I can help you with?
So I'm guessing you lost the
How do you
hairpins.
do, Monsieur Chow? We understand from Mr. Crossell that you recently rented a pair of hairpins from him. My associates and I are very interested in them. Would you mind letting us take a look at them?
The hairpins? I can't lend them to you right now. I've lost them.
Well, that's
I don't know how
unfortunate.
it could have happened. I always kept them right by my side, and I hadn't even worn them yet. I spent so much money on them. If I have to pay their original value, there's no way I could come up with that amount of money on such short notice.
Why did you need them in the first place?
My family is in the ore business too, but business has been suffering ever since the chasm was sealed off. We now have a backlog of paid-up orders just sitting around, so we've been having to purchase some stock from other ore merchants to complete them. A big banquet is coming up in a few days, and several ore merchants I know of will be there. I need this opportunity to mingle and discuss prices. That's what the hairpins were for, to keep up appearances. I can't have them looking down on me. But now that I've lost the hairpins, what will I do?
I have a feeling you didn't lose them. Probably
Why does
they were
Paimon
stolen or
have a very
something.
strong sense of déjà vu?
Maybe because this is the part where we say, can we help?
Would you really? I sent a commission to the Adventurers Guild, but I haven't heard anything back from them yet.
Hold on. Don't run off looking for the hairpins just yet. Monsieur Chow, would you let me have a look at the rental contract you signed?
Huh? Well, I mean, sure, I have it right here. here you are.
Well, does she suspect that the merchant maybe stole them to get the money out of her?
That's right! Yanfei said she's a legal advisor, didn't she? Maybe she can help Zhiqiao somehow.
Well, it would be a little unfair to Crossel, except that maybe it's his plan.
True. Though surely there must be a win-win solution.
Right. I finished reading the contract. The terms are very clear, and they do indeed stipulate that you must pay Mr. Crossel the original value of the hairpins as compensation for the loss. Furthermore, the contract also expressly states that the amount of compensation must take current market prices into account. And given the rarity of Smaragdus Jadeite, I fear that the final amount of compensation may end up being significantly higher as a result.
Even higher? Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Zhiqiao looks like she's about to faint.
However, all of this is assuming that it is indeed genuine Smaragdus Jadeite that was inlaid into the hairpins.
Well, how are we supposed to know that if we don't have them?
Pause before saying that part? Anyway, the hairpins are lost, so how exactly would we be able to find out if the jadeite is genuine or not? Whichever way you look at it, we've got to start by finding those hairpins.
Didn't we have to look for some jadeite or some sort of ore material like that at some point as well in the past?
Except that if we found the hairpins, there'd no longer be any need to check whether the jadeite is genuine, would there?
Yeah.
Seems right.
Please, don't trouble yourselves over this. The fact is, I lost the item and I should pay compensation per the contract.
Such a huge sum of money, though.
However much it is, I will have to pay it. My family are merchants, after all. It's vital that we keep our word and respect our contracts. Now that it's come to this, I really shouldn't keep Crossel in the dark any longer. I'll go and inform him of the issue and then negotiate the amount of compensation.
How about we look for the hairpins first,
Yes,
huh?
legally speaking, it seems this is the most sensible course of action. But before that, I have some questions about the hairpins. So hold on a moment, Miss Zhiqiao. When you first touched the hairpins, what did you feel?
What did I feel? Well, I remember that the gemstones set into the pins were perfectly smooth to the touch, like the finest quality jade. My family has seen much jade pass through its hands in the past, so I am quite certain of my judgment in this matter.
Smooth to the touch, finest quality jade.
Something the matter?
No, it's nothing. I just need to re-examine a few things. Let's head over to Mr. Crossel's.
Well, the thing is, and I felt like this in the past, I think, in Genshin. The thing is sort of that you go looking for this teapot, right? And you want, you were sort of expecting a quest that is connected to that teapot and whatever you get as a reward, right? And then suddenly you're in here, having to deal with this kind of situation. I don't know, right? I just want to get on with whatever there is. I mean, maybe that comes across as kind of strong. I don't mind this quest. I think it's kind of interesting. The problem is that, I don't know, it's not really what I expected, I guess. Also, there's just very little gameplay
Miss
involved.
Yanfei, you've returned. With Miss Zhiqiao in tow, too, I see. How are the hairpins? I trust you're quite satisfied with them?
About that.
Zhiqiao relates the loss of the hairpins to
You
Crossel.
lost them? Are you serious? Do you have any idea how expensive they were?
I'm sorry. Truly I am. I'll pay the compensation as per our contract. Every last mora.
Mora? Do you have any idea what I had to go through to get my hands on that Smaragdus Jadeite? I just don't... Forget it. Talking won't bring them back. Since Miss Yanfei is here, I suppose we can just have her estimate the amount that needs to be paid.
No problem. But before I can give an official estimate, I'll need to do a little market research. Ah, yes, and if I may just confirm again, it was in fact genuine Smaragdus jadeite inlaid into the hairpins, correct?
Of course. Genuine article guaranteed, or I pay back 10 times the value.
Can he even do that? Like, I mean, I know that he's a merchant as well, but 10 times the value for something that seems to be so rare? That just... I don't know if that's even really possible. And I guess it has to be, right? Otherwise there wouldn't really be a point to it.
Alright, understood. I'll conduct some market research, and once I'm back, I'll provide an official assessment of the sum owed by Mr. Chow in compensation. Please wait here, Mr. Crossell.
Thank you very much. How could she lose my hairpins? She'd better pay every last mora that they're worth.
Looks like I'll have to find some way to raise that money.
Please wait, Mr. Chow. I have something to discuss with you. It's not convenient to speak here, so let's find somewhere that we can sit and talk in more detail.
My friend, what can I get you?
Huh.
You can't beat the atmosphere.
It's just... I guess the reason why I'm so kind of surprised by this whole quest is that it's about hairpins. I mean, it makes sense, right? I'm not saying that the quest is, like, badly written or anything. It's just kind of a strange topic. Especially considering that we don't even need the hairpins, we just need the material where they were made out of, right?
Miss Yunfei, what is this about? Are you here to tell me how much I owe?
No. What I wanted to talk about is, there is a chance that the ore inlaid on those hairpins may not be Smaragdus jadeite after all.
Really?
What do you mean? Are you implying that you already sneaked off and found them?
Obviously not. I'm no adventurer, let alone a member of the guild. I don't run thankless, time-consuming errands for a living. Let's just say I made some deductions.
Well, thank you very much for describing my job.
I don't know if Granny told you this, but Smaragdus jadeite is found deep underground and contains very concentrated elemental energy. If mere mortals come into contact with it, well, they'll be sick in the best case. And in the worst case, they could even experience a dramatic change of personality. It most certainly would not be smooth to the touch.
Why the fuck would people want it then? I mean, wouldn't that be sort of obvious to most people?
Mr. Chow, did you at any time feel unwell while the hairpins were in your possession?
No, not at all. I felt perfectly fine the whole time. Not even the slightest bit unwell. I didn't feel anything special at all, in fact.
Now that is strange. I noticed earlier that there were elemental traces in Mr. Crossell's vicinity. If I've deduced correctly, he may still have the Smaragdus jadeite in his possession.
What? Wait, what? Why, though? If he actually had Smaragdus jadeite, why then rent out the hairpins without that in it?
If that's the case, we should go confront him right now and expose his dirty scam right to his face!
Absolutely not. If we were to confront him now, there's no way he would admit to it. Eventually, he would find some argument to compel us to leave. And then, he'd throw the Smaragdus jadeite into the sea the moment we were gone.
Wait, what? No, he wouldn't. If it's that rare and expensive, he wouldn't just throw it away just to get rid of some suspicion. What?
After that, he would simply insist that Mr. Chow pay up per the contract. He would lose nothing.
Well, unless she can't pay, he would most certainly not throw the really rare jadeite away. I mean, he would maybe hide it somewhere else.
Meanwhile,
I don't know.
We would have to look under every stone in Liyue, hoping and praying that the hairpins do actually still exist somewhere in this world.
Very vivid description.
So vivid that Paimon thinks it might be experience talking.
Oh, it certainly is. I've seen my fair share of situations like this, and brute force methods are certainly one way of resolving them. Unfortunately, I have far more elegant solutions at my disposal. I'll share them with you in due course.
Well then, since you're so experienced in dealing with problems like this, perhaps you could help me, Miss Yunfei.
Oh, that won't be a problem. But first, Mr. Chow, can I ask you to please sign this contract?
Huh? Does there have to be a contract for everything? Paimon can't even keep track.
I mean, in Liyue, isn't this the town of merchants? I think that's what they told us the first time we got here, right? That they were constantly just... was like one really big point during one quest that I remember, where they constantly talked about, yeah, there are these, like, all kinds of contracts. People like to make contracts all the time here, right? I remember that. If I had one more of every time I hear the word contract.
Yunfei is even more concerned with them than a certain someone else we know.
These are my formal terms of engagement. Everything prior to now has just been pro bono advice. But for me to investigate any further, I require a written contract. Any work commissioned but not bound by a contract cannot be relied upon.
I understand. Then I will be glad to place this matter into your capable hands if you will take it, Miss Yunfei.
I mean, doesn't that cost money as well, though?
No problem. Just sign here, and I'll sign too. Okay. Now write your address here, and then sign on this page as well. And I'll also need your signatures on pages 5, 7, and on the very last page. Finally, if you could just use this ink pad to make a handprint over here.
What the fuck? 5, 7? How many pages does this contract have? I don't even want to know what's in there.
Contract has so many pages. Paimon's all out of brain juice again.
Alright, that should do it. My fees are the same as always, and they're written in the contract. Have a look through and let me know if you have any questions.
I've had a read through. Everything checks out.
Well then, here's
your
copy of the contract. I will retain the other copy.
People are so used to making contracts, though, they're probably also quite used to where they have to look for fees and potential problems, right?
Not for now, no. Despite how intractable this problem might sound, it will actually be quite straightforward to resolve, once we've got some things squared away. I don't believe you have been part of an investigation like this before, in which case, hopefully this should be quite the experience.
Miss Yunfei, I have to ask, why are you helping me?
Well, I mean, she's getting money out of it, isn't she?
Because, as it happens, I'm currently trying to acquire some Smaragdus Jadeite myself. I noticed strong traces of geoenergy around Mr. Crossel, so perhaps he has, in fact, secured some. Whether he actually made it into an item of jewelry or not is a separate matter, but either way, it's a lead. As long as we follow it, who knows? We might just be able to get our hands on some Smaragdus Jadeite. Also, the idea of someone abusing the law to their advantage, I won't stand for it.
Well, is he really, though? I still don't really get what he's getting at. Like, if he actually had the material in question, why would he then rent out hairpins that don't even have it included? If there is, like, a slight chance that he would then pay, have to pay... Wait a second. Maybe that's the thing that he... Maybe he's if he has to pay 10 times the original value, but the items that he rented out aren't actually that valuable, maybe that's sort of his trick, right? She has, if she loses them, she has to pay the original value of this really rare ore. But if he can prove that they, in fact, were not genuine, he'd have to pay 10 times the price of their original value, but if they're not genuine, their original value might be a lot lower. So paying up 10 times the amount maybe is a lot less. So I guess maybe that's why he didn't really take that risk, if that's in fact how it works, right? I mean, that would heavily depend on how the contract's written, I guess. I mean, that would be kind of clever if he did it that way.
But again, let's not dwell on this. Let's go to... Where can we find someone who processes ore? I've got it! Let's pay a visit to Chateau, the boss of the Jade Mystery. He's a professional when it comes to working with stone and ore.
Chateau?
If Mr. Crossell had his ore worked on at all, Chateau would undoubtedly have been his first choice.
Oh, we talked to him at some point as well, right? I do remember there was a quest. Wasn't that also that was a quest? I think, wasn't that connected to like the rite of parting or something? Oh. Okay, sure. Yeah, we talked to him with, I think the rite of parting required some really rare material as well. So that's why we talked to him.
Why, hello there, honored customers. Welcome to... Oh, it's you, Miss Yenfei. Is something the matter? Surely not more spurious claims that my jade betting is rigged and no one can ever win? Oh, I swear on all that is sacred.
I don't remember his voice being like that. Did he even have a voice before?
No, nothing of the sort. Has a Snezhnine merchant named Crossell enlisted your ore processing services recently by any chance?
A Snezhnine merchant named Crossell, you say? I do remember that. He brought me a piece of ore, claiming that it was Smaragdus jadeite. That was the first time I'd ever encountered it, so I had no way of telling if it was really Smaragdus jadeite or not. But if a customer insists, far be it from me to contradict them. He was quite generous with his money, too, so I didn't give it too much thought. I processed the ore as per his request.
Do you have any leftover debris from your work on it?
Why, yes. It was my first time encountering this ore, after all, so I kept a few loose shavings to study myself later. They're right over there, in fact.
A few loose... What? Those look like... what? What kind of hairpins did he make out of that? What the fuck? That looks like... I don't know. Way too much.
Sir. We'll take a look at them.
I don't know, maybe it was just the cutscene that made them, like, look at this! Like, imagine if this was, like, actual, like, ruby or something, right? This would be insane, the amount of this, right? You can make, like, literally 30 hairpins out of that material that is lying right here. So, weird.
If my eyes don't deceive me, the cross-sections and patterning suggest that these are Smaragdus nephrite shavings.
What's that?
Yes. It's not particularly rare, nor is it especially valuable. It's used to make jewelry all the time.
Shouldn't he have noticed that, though, when he was processing it?
I've heard it said that Smaragdus nephrite is in fact the outer layer of Smaragdus jadeite, though no one's ever proven it.
A thin layer of separation, huh?
If you must see for yourself, try examining these shavings for traces of elemental energy. Smaragdus nephrite is an entirely ordinary ore, containing no elemental energy whatsoever.
I mean, I guess if no one has ever really seen the other jadeite thing, then it would kind of be hard to prove whether or not, but then coming up with something that is so ordinary and apparently, like, really well known, kind of weird, right?
Well, we might as well give Elemental Sight a shot. So, did you find anything?
Not a trace.
So they really are different. But wait, how come Jichao was able to tell what it was just by looking at the shards? That's pretty awesome.
There's nothing special to it. It just so happens that I've come across a great many of these in my time.
Yeah, why couldn't Chateau tell them apart? you would think that he would be able to do it.
These two stones actually look very similar. Someone without a deep understanding of them would find it very difficult to tell them apart.
Yeah, but he is literally isn't. We went to him because he is sort of the most well-known person when it comes to processing ore, right? Is that kind of weird?
There may be only a subtle difference for the casual viewer, but that translates to an astronomical difference in terms of the market price. And, I'm sure, a significant difference in the cost of having them carved into shape.
All right, let's focus up. We're going off on a tangent.
But, never mind, Shirto. Why would Mr. Crossell...
Yeah, because he wants to extract money from you.
Actions have unusual reasons behind them. Let's take some of these shavings back to Chateau.
I never noticed those, what are they called? Ah, fuck, I forgot their name. The birds over there, right? Aren't those these, really, well-known Japanese bird, right? I don't remember their name. I never noticed them, like, holding up these canopy pieces in the harbor. That looks pretty cool. Although, building them like that, wouldn't you risk ships running into them? And I guess they still want to make it look beautiful. Oh, wait. What? I need to report back to him. I thought we were going to Crosswell.
Miss Yenfei? Might I be so bold as to inquire,
It's also a very interesting shot of her, you know, backside.
If you could just confirm for me once more, sir. Mr. Crossell did indeed claim that the ore he brought to your store was in fact Smaragdus Jadeite, did he not?
Yes, that's right. I still have a record of the job with me, in fact. Here. It says quite clearly, 1 chunk Smaragdus Jadeite, uncut.
Then I have no further questions. But could I borrow the processing record and these stone shavings?
Of course. But might I ask why you need them?
Oh, I have my reasons. Ah, yes. Please sign here on this affidavit. This document shall serve as signed proof that these stone shavings originated from the, ore that Mr. Crossell brought to your store. Please read it carefully.
Yes, I see. Forgive me for asking again, Miss Yenfei, but might I know the nature of the incident on this occasion?
I wouldn't say there's been an incident, just a minor issue. Thank you, sir. I'll take these with me.
Wouldn't it be kind of obvious, like, that they're obviously fake?
Crossell won't dare try to deny what he did!
On the contrary, this is far from sufficient to build a case. We need to find something a little more compelling.
Great.
If you want to make jewelry, you need a professional jewelsmith. Let me think.
Well, wait, what? Like, wasn't that his deal? Maybe I misremembered that. So he's just there to split up the ore? What was his job exactly?
Jewelry. Nope. Aha! Got it! Singxi. She often helps people to find a jewelsmith. Let's go pay her a visit.
Well, that was quick. How come you know so many people?
Well, isn't it kind of...
Because lots of people come to me for legal advice every day. As you know, Liyue Harbor is the city of contracts. And contracts, well, I should say laws, are very important to us. But the amendments made by the Tianquan to our laws are unnecessarily complicated. How can I put this? It just seems like they're hard to understand and impossible to finish.
Well, isn't that kind of on purpose?
As such, legal advisors like myself provide quite the popular service indeed.
Why is there a chicken wing just lying in the in the streets? How did it get there?
So you help them make sense of the law. But didn't you say that it's hard to understand and impossible to finish?
Yes, well, that's no obstacle, because
Nice
I've
ass shot.
memorized all the legal codices.
Oh, I guess they're like, yeah.
You memorized them?
You sound surprised. Knowing the law inside out is a legal advisor's bread and butter, you know?
Is this how Adepti become so adept at everything?
Oh, this has nothing to do with being an Adeptus. I just like reading things.
I mean, obviously, right? Well, lawyers have to know their stuff, right?
Again, with that casual tone.
That's why it takes so long to study that shit, because you literally have to remember everything.
Well, that's that then. Let's go look for Singsi.
Yeah, that's unfortunately also a bit of a thing that I kind of dislike about how they've written the quests in Genshin Impact, is that they... I don't know, especially with Paimon, it's not even her voice or anything, but the fact that they make it, like, obvious things like these are very obvious, right? And they not only over-explain it, but also kind of make it seem like you're... They explain it like you're 10, right? And I don't know why. I mean, yeah, sure, we can talk about the aesthetic and the anime aspect of this game all that we want, but I wish that they would have written these quests a bit more with an actual intelligent audience in mind, right?
Oh, Miss Yenfei, it's you. Has something happened? Did the client from last time...
Have no further trouble from then on? Yes, of course. I'm just here to ask you a few questions. Has a merchant by the name of Crossel asked you to put him in contact with a jewelsmith recently?
Crossel? Yes, I remember him. He's a merchant from Snezhnaya, no? Yeah, he came to me with a chunk of something he called Smaragdus Jadeite. The design of the hairpins that he gave me was quite intricate, so it took me some work to find someone who was up to the job. Eventually, I found an older jewelsmith who made them exactly according to his specifications. This order was on hold for a very long time, and only completed quite recently, which is why I remember it so well.
Again, a bit strange, right? Because he certainly went through a lot of steps to make sure that this was, well, done correctly, right? I mean, I guess the amount of money that he could get from one person supposedly losing them is probably more than he paid for all of this, but it's still like I don't know, I guess I'm just kind of surprised that you would think that the chances of this stuff actually being, like, I don't know, especially considering that they're looking so similar to a very common ore, apparently, just makes it seem a little bit strange to me, to the point where I don't really know, like, wouldn't it be very, very likely that he would be found out?
Doesn't seem like there's any evidence to be found here.
Miss Sinksy, I'd like for you to confirm for me once more. When Mr. Crossel commissioned you to find him a jewelsmith, did he or did he not assert that the material he presented to you that day was called Smaragdus Jadeite?
Yes, I'm sure of it. The hairpins were made using many expensive materials, and the asking price was quite high, so we had to put this transaction on record with the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Mr. Crossel wasn't very familiar with the necessary procedures, so I filed it on his behalf.
I mean, once again, right, he's, like, stirring up a lot of people for this.
I also kept a copy for my own records. See for yourself, the item is called Smaragdus Jadeite Twin Phoenix Pins. The inlaid gemstone is recorded as Smaragdus Jadeite. The document even has the official seal of the ministry on it.
Thank you, Sinksy. Now, could you let me borrow this document?
Sure, it isn't serving much purpose here anyway. I take it then that there's been some more trouble?
Nothing you need to worry about, just a minor issue. I'll return your document as soon as I'm done with it. Thanks again.
Minor issue indeed.
Everyone's first reaction always to assume someone or something is in trouble.
I mean, why else? See, this is what I was talking about. Why else would you inquire about a contract if not to find out if something is wrong with it, right?
I believe we have almost all the evidence we need. We just need to make one last trip. Let's go to Boo Boo Pharmacy to speak with Dr. Baiju.
The
Why?
weirdo with the snake around his neck? What do you want to speak to him for?
Because only he can provide an authoritative statement confirming that Smaragdus Jadeite is harmful to the human body.
And we're saying that like in front of her, right? Wouldn't that automatically sort of raise her, like, she like her natural reaction should now be, oh wait, what? That might be harmful to the human body? Why did I deal with that? What the fuck? What's going on here, right?
Once we have this final piece of evidence in our hands, we can wrap this case up.
I mean, the quest is good, don't get me wrong. I kind of, I like this legal stuff. It's kind of a cool thing that they actually include that and make you go to so many different places to really see it through. In fact, that's actually quite interesting. Some of these things are just a bit weird. I wouldn't necessarily call them, like, lazy, because that's not really what it is. Just a bit, I don't know. They haven't really thought through all of the details, have they? So the basic idea for the quest is pretty cool, and the things that they came up with, and the dialogue is all well and good, but it does seem like there wasn't like an editor or something that actually, looked through this and checked for internal logic, I guess. Which is a bit of a shame, right?
To what do I owe the pleasure? Though I'm afraid that if you're looking for our little Chi-Chi, she's out gathering herbs.
Is he a character that you can get? I don't think he is, right? Maybe he is at some point.
And if it isn't Miss Yenfei as well? Now that's an even rarer honor. What business brings you here, might I inquire? Some charlatans peddling ineffectual medicines again, no doubt?
No. I'm here this time to ask if you're familiar with Smaragdus Jadeite.
Smaragdus Jadeite? Why, yes, there is some information about it included in the 6th commentary on the 7 Mountain Treatises. The 7 Mountain Treatises states that this substance springs forth from stone marrow within the mountains, and will bring disaster to any mere mortals who touch it.
Once again, if that merchant, right, came up with some elaborate scheme to force money out of customers by supposedly having a really rare mineral inlaid into those hairpins, wouldn't you kind of try to find out actual information about the thing that you're supposedly selling? Because if there is information available about it, well, then again, he does actually seem to have the material, right? Which is the weird thing about this. I don't know.
It is abundant in elemental energy, so if someone without a vision is in contact with it for a prolonged period, best case scenario, they fall ill. Worst case scenario, they'll suffer great changes in personality, and their illness will only ever get worse.
But then again, the merchant still seems to be the same.
Anyway, I'm sure you didn't come all this way just to chit-chat. Knowing you, Yenfei, and given the specific nature of your question, I suppose that you're about to ask me to write an official affidavit attesting to the pharmaceutical peculiarities of Smaragdus Jadeite?
Exactly.
That is indeed the case. If you would be so kind, Dr. Baiju.
No trouble at all. It's just a single document. Won't take me a moment. I would mention, though, that you are not the only one who's developed a curiosity for Smaragdus Jadeite recently. A Snezhnayan merchant came to ask me about it not long ago.
So then he does know about it. It gets even weirder by the day. What the hell?
After I gave him my reply, his expression shifted to one of remarkable disappointment.
Yeah, probably because he can't really use the material for anything then, or he can't really sell it if that's the case. But again, like, if he knows about these peculiarities, and if he knows that pretty much anyone can just go to this place and ask them about these qualities of the mineral, I don't know.
I wonder, Miss Yenfei, if your pressing business might be related to this Snezhnayan merchant?
Ah, you needn't concern yourself about that, Dr. Baizhu. Thank you for penning us that document. I'll make sure to compensate you in due course.
You're too kind. Take care now.
That Baizhu guy is as weird as ever. Is it just Paimon, or does it feel like he was fishing for something back there?
Dr. Baiju's always been like that. Well, we have the evidence we need. Let's go find Mr. Crossell.
I mean, obviously he would want to know what this is about, and he already, like, got the correct answer. Well, let's see what this quest turns out to be. Kind of confused by everything, to be honest. I don't really know what his motive would
Miss
be.
Yenfei, have you finished your investigation? I trust you will now be in a position to assess the compensation due.
Yes, my investigation is indeed concluded. I can now provide a final figure for the amount payable.
Wonderful. Well then, please, could you do the honors, Miss Yenfei?
Of course. According to the stipulations of the contract, Mr. Crossell, you must pay Ms. Zerchow 10 times the original transaction price in Mora.
Sure. Wait, what? Me pay her? Surely there's been some kind of mistake, Miss Yenfei.
Not at all. According to my investigations and the material evidence that we've gathered, the substance claimed to be Smaragdus Jadeite that was inlaid within the Smaragdus Jadeite twin phoenix pins that you rented out to Miss Zerchow was, in fact, Smaragdus Nephrite. Now, the contract states very clearly that 10 times the price shall be paid should the article not be genuine. Accordingly, you are liable for this sum, which is payable to Mr. Chow in Mora.
Material evidence? What material evidence? Why, Miss Yenfei, you cannot frame me like this. I spent a huge sum to obtain that Smaragdus Jadeite, and yet you claim that the ore inlaid on the hairpins is somehow fake? I demand to see your evidence.
Indeed. Only a testimony from an expert witness involved in the processing of the ore can serve as an authoritative assessment of whether it is genuine. Traveler, please produce the evidence in question.
Oh god. Well, I mean... Wait. A testimony from an expert witness involved in the processing of the ore can serve as an authoritative assessment of whether it is genuine. Yeah, that's the Jade Mystery, right?
This is a processing record from the Jade Mystery, along with stone samples and an affidavit signed by the business owner, Chateau.
Seriously? Even the boss there couldn't differentiate between Smaragdus Jadeite and Smaragdus Nephrite. How does this prove anything? In any case, Smaragdus Nephrite is the outer layer of Smaragdus Jadeite. So I had him cut away the Nephrite, he returned the valuable Jadeite core to me, and some Nephrite samples remain in the store. What am I missing exactly?
That's an unsubstantiated belief.
Well, your claim that my ore is fake is just as unsubstantiated. And we are here to talk about evidence, aren't we?
Ugh. Looks like our first piece of evidence didn't convince him at all. Seems like he came prepared. What should we do next?
Present the other pieces of evidence, Paimon? Fucking hell.
Something legally binding. We have just the thing. Show him, Traveler.
This document proves that my hairpins are the real deal, doesn't it? This is the Ministry's seal, after all. It shows that the ore inlaid on the pins is indeed Smaragdus Jadeite.
Our second piece of evidence didn't work either. And this guy's getting more belligerent by the second.
You know, you could be right. Perhaps the hairpins are the real deal after all.
No, they're not.
Of course I'm right. All the evidence shown supports my story.
Well, hang on a moment now, because I do recall one final piece of evidence that we haven't revealed yet. Traveler, would you do the honors? This shall serve as decisive proof of our case.
What's this?
Smaragdus jadeite springs forth from stone marrow within the mountains and will bring disaster to any mere mortals who touch it. Sustained contact with Smaragdus jadeite over a prolonged period will, in less serious cases, cause a mild malady, while in serious cases, the patient may suffer a dramatic change of personality and fall seriously ill. Mr. Crossell, were you aware of these peculiar properties of Smaragdus jadeite?
Yeah, he was.
I had no idea.
Wait, what? Didn't we just establish that he also went to the pharmacy? Or maybe the doctor lied to him? Why would he do that, though?
No idea, you say? I'd guessed as much. But for you to have rented out such a dangerous item...
What? Didn't we... What? Didn't the doctor tell us that he inquired about the Smaragdus jadeite to him?
I'm afraid that this falls outside the scope of my work, but within that of the Ministry of Civil Affairs.
What?
However, I'm sure
Doesn't
that the
really make any
Ministry will
sense.
be relatively lenient, considering that, as you say, you were ignorant of the danger you posed. Don't worry, Mr. Crossell. I will make sure that all the evidence presented here will be handed over to the Ministry.
Also, doesn't he still have the stuff on
I trust
him?
that you'll give them your full cooperation in their investigations.
What? Wait! I knew.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, so you knew? Oh, dear Mr. Crossell. But if you knew of Smaragdus jadeite's dangerous properties beforehand, why would you...
Huh? No, The hairpins aren't actually
inlaid with genuine Smaragdus jadeite? Is that what you were about to say? You do understand, Mr. Crossell, that this means that you will have to pay Ms. Zerchow 10 times the original price in Mora? Mr. Crossell, your answer, please. My client and I are waiting.
Yep, he's seriously intimidating right now. It's like she's a different person.
Again, that's legal consultancy for you. Consultancy for you?
I admit it. I confess. The ore I had inlaid on those hairpins was Smaragdus nephrite. But I'm a victim in all of this too. I invested a great deal of time and money into acquiring that small amount of Smaragdus jadeite, in the hopes of turning it into a piece of jewelry that would fetch a fine price.
Okay, so I guess that makes a bit more sense then. So he originally actually planned to do that, but then found out that it was dangerous, and probably then just on the spot came up with a plan to still make money off of it. Yeah, I guess I didn't really think about that potential motive before. It's still incredibly stupid because, well, I mean, maybe he thought that the risk involved, or the what's it called, like the potential of somebody actually finding out about those harmful properties of what he was selling or renting out was, I don't know, but still, this just seems weird to me.
After receiving it and carrying it around for a few days, I started to feel extreme discomfort. I couldn't sleep a wink or eat a single bite. I was in a constant state of agitation, too. I went to Boo Boo Pharmacy to get myself checked out, only to discover that this sort of stone cannot be worn as jewelry. But how could I let all that money go to waste? That's why I had another pair of hairpins made from Smaragdus nephrite, which is almost indistinguishable from Smaragdus jadeite. I kept the real Smaragdus jadeite in a specially made box. I daren't touch it again.
You're not a very smart person, are you?
I was worried that someone would see through it, which is why I only dared to rent them out, not sell them. And then to top it all off, Zhiqiao lost the hairpins after I rented them out to her.
Okay, so I guess, well, That's sort of what I didn't really think about before. I thought that he actually on purpose stole the hairpins from her so that he would be able to get the money out of her, right? But that's actually not the case, which is kind of funny, sort of in a weird way, because he is actually kind of an idiot, right? I mean, he thought, oh yeah, you know, I know that this is dangerous. I could make some money off of it, or I kind of still want to make money off of it, so I'm just renting them out in the hopes of, you know, maybe getting the money back over time. But then she actually lost them, prompting this entire investigation, right? Without her losing them, this whole scheme probably wouldn't have been found out, because nobody would think that, you know, an item just being rented out would maybe be fake. I don't know. But then again, at the same time, knowing that they aren't real and still writing into the contract that he has to pay 10 times the amount of the value if they aren't real, yeah, he's really not a smart merchant now, is he, right? I get that he still wanted to make money off of them, but I mean, he still has the very valuable ore, right? He just could have tried to, I don't know, do something else with it. It's still really valuable, just not for hairpins, right, or jewelry. So why did you charge Shishao such an extortionate rental price? Yeah, well, obviously.
If they weren't the real deal, why'd you make her pay so much?
I didn't want to either, but when I purchased that Smaragdus Jadeite, some of my business partners found out. I knew they'd be watching closely to see how much I could make off it.
Well, that's even stupider then.
If word got out that I sold a pair of fake hairpins, then my days in this line of business would be over.
Yeah, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why did you do it then?
Alright, let's cut the appeals phase right there. I failed to see what bearing any of this has on your transaction with my client. According to the contract, you must pay Mr. Chow 10 times the original price in Mora, and that is final.
10 times?
Crosel looks like he could faint any second.
As for me, according to my contract with Mr. Chow, 20% of that sum will go to me.
20%? That's as much as I spent on that Smaragdus Jadeite.
Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. Then the original value of the hairpins... Wait, so if he spent 20% of 10 times the value of the hairpins on the Smaragdus Jadeite, why are the hairpins only worth half as much as what he spent on the Jadeite? What? Did nobody actually read this through? Like, that doesn't make any sense at all. Why would the hairpins be less valuable than the original ore?
There's no need. It's fine. You don't have to pay me that much, Mora.
What? Of course he does!
Even if the Smaragdus Jadeite on those hairpins was fake, I still bear responsibility for losing them. Legally or not, I think I owe some compensation for that.
Ms. Jichao, you...
However, Mr. Crossell, since you have no use for that chunk of Smaragdus Jadeite, why don't you give it to me instead? I'll consider us even.
Well, I mean, I guess that's pretty clever then.
What? But all right then. This cursed rock's brought me enough grief as it is.
Miss Yunfei, I'll turn this Smaragdus Jadeite over to you. I trust that it will suffice as remuneration?
Well, that was very clever, right? She hasn't... Yeah, well... I mean, I guess that's fine for her, right?
Well, that's not quite how the rules say this should go. But whatever. It'll do.
Whatever? What the fuck? Why is just... Why would... Okay. Whatever, I guess. Suddenly she's all chill about that.
When you have the time,
I'll be sure to visit and express my thanks more appropriately.
Oh, come on. No need to stand on ceremony. Now, if I may confirm this again, Mr. Chow, have you and Mr. Crossell come to an understanding?
Well, yes, I believe we have.
Well, I mean, Crossell still lost a lot of money buying that stuff, and now he had to give it up for free, right? So, I guess he was punished enough.
Well then, that's good. Mr. Crossell, it seems that my client has no further claims against you.
Is that so? That's good. That's good.
Actually, Mr. Crossell, I'd like to talk business for a second if I may. I could see from the hairpins you produce that you're very skilled in jewelry design. My family, on the other hand, works in the ore business, and we have a fair stock of fine ores.
Ah, so that was her angle, right? She wanted to get on the ore that he sells, and now because of all this business, obviously he kind of has to agree to her.
If we could join forces, your jewelry designs and our choice ores, I think we could do some fine business between us.
Let me think for a moment.
Well, she's pretty clever, isn't she?
That. And we've got the Smaragdus Jadeite that Granny wants too. All's well that ends well, eh?
Except for now, she actually lost those hairpins, apparently, huh? Yeah, there was certainly some twists and turns along the way.
Exactly. Usually when someone tells us they've lost something, we end up searching all over the place for it. But this time, you managed to solve the problem with just a big stack of documents.
Well, that's because we haven't actually found what we were looking for. Well, we found what we were looking for, just not what we were whatever.
Even though the solution didn't involve actually finding the hairpins.
Exactly.
The right solution depends on your perspective on the problem. The objective of my client, Mr. Chow, was to reduce her liability to pay compensation. So, rather than looking high and low for some hairpins, proving that the rented item was nowhere near worth what the vendor had claimed it to be was the more efficient solution.
Can't say I've ever met an Adeptus like you before.
An Adeptus? Speaking of, you took part in that battle, didn't you? In which case, you would have heard what Granny said. Liyue Harbor is now a city ruled by humans. The title of Adeptus means precious little to me compared to my job as a legal advisor. In any case, don't you think that the Liyue Harbor of today needs legal consultancy far more than it needs adeptal powers?
I mean, yeah, it sort of has relied on that for a lot of years now, right?
Paimon can think of someone who would definitely disagree with your reasoning.
Well, since we got what we came for, it's time to pay Granny a visit. I bet she's been on tenterhooks for a while now.
Well, I mean, in a way, I definitely like this quest, considering that it's, it definitely had some twists and turns that I wasn't expecting. The problem is that it sort of involved a really dumb merchant. I mean, that's fine. You know, things like that, it's not completely unrealistic, right? Obviously, if there is some sort of rare ore, it's not completely unrealistic that a merchant would try to get his hands on it and then after the fact discover that it's not actually usable for what he intended it to use it for, and then come up with a scheme to still make money off of it. You know, it's not really unrealistic at all. It's just not what I expected out of a quest that's supposed to have something to do with a teapot. But then again, that's kind of a cool thing, right? That's definitely a lot of surprises and unexpected things in there.
You've returned. How did it go? Were you able to find the Smaragdus Jadeite?
We were, thanks to Yanfei.
Good. Then we have all the materials we need.
Well, if we're all set, Granny, I'll get going now. Got a ton of clients waiting for me back at the office.
Oh, you. All right, then. Go see to your business. Granny should be able to handle the rest.
I'm off then. Bye! Oh, yes, Traveler. Make sure you don't lose the business card I gave you. I've been looking into the laws of other nations as well. If you should ever bump into any trouble with the law, come find me directly. Regulars get discounts, too.
Come
Sounds
now, child.
pretty good.
Are you leaving or are you not? If you have no wish to leave, perhaps you'd like to help me clean my teapot, hmm?
Considering that it's a pocket dimension, that's probably pretty big. Cleaning it will take a lot more than you'd think.
I'm leaving! I'm leaving!
That child. Goodness knows where she learned to be so rambunctious. Her father was hardly so riotous or fond of talking nonsense back in the day when he stood beside Rex Lapis.
Truly unique Adeptus.
Indeed she is. Liyue has changed, and the Adepti must also learn to change. Yanfei might be overly garrulous, but she is also the most intimately acquainted with the city among us all. Liyue is not the same place I once knew.
Why are we calling her Granny?
All right, then. Let us speak of this no more. Back on topic. I believe that I still owe you a little gift.
Oh, Paimon's so excited! How is it made?
And how long does it take?
It is but a single teapot. It shan't take long at all. Just wait here for a moment.
Madame Ping begins to construct the gift. That includes some sort of really dangerous
is
stuff.
All yours now.
Serenity Pod.
Hold it firmly. If you were to drop it, oh goodness, who knows what might happen?
It's actually quite a large teapot, isn't it? I mean, you could make tea for like 10 people.
Take these blueprints with you as well. You'll need them if you wish to make your teapot a little more lively inside.
That sounds so weird.
Wait a minute, Granny! How exactly are we supposed to use this teapot?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I've already arranged for a certain little helper to await you within this teapot. She will explain everything you need to know about it.
Okay. Sounds interesting. Serenity Pod unlocked. Can you... What? Open air workshop. Teapot to call home part 2. Enter the Serenity Pod. Open the inventory. Oh, these are the recipes right here. I forgot that they're here. We can use the blueprints as well. Maybe that's where you need the what's it called for? The wood. See, now it says place though. I don't know why these are supposed to be on the same slot if they're so different in their function. A teapot obtained from Madame Ping. There seems to be a whole new realm within it. So you can just place it anywhere? Whoa. Obtain Silken Print to unlock, reach level 40 and Sacred Sakura's favor to obtain. Wow, so you can have like multiple things here, right? Preview? Floating abode, an island cluster suspended in midair, a typical feature of many Adepti realms, a boundless world featuring nothing besides a cluster of islands. Or Emerald Peak, a cloud-piercing mountain peak. Well, that's how it looks at least. But being inside a teapot and all, the highest mountain probably reaches no higher than the stalk of a tea leaf. Cool Isle, an island cluster surrounded by water. One wonders how many cups of tea can be brewed from this vast ocean. Silken Courtyard. This island has a unique charm that comes from its overlapping patchwork of mountains and waters, from the elegant scent of tea that wafts through the air. They're all quite beautiful. I mean, the thing is, the floating abode is probably the most unique out of these, right? Since Emerald Peak and Cool Isle could literally just be places in the game world. But I wonder if Cool Isle, for example, might be a bit more chill. Let's go with this for now. I mean, you can probably unlock all of them at a certain point, right? If this isn't obtainable right now, you can probably switch it at some point, right? Wish to set the realm layout to Cool Isle, yeah. Ooh, that's a cool effect. Yeah, you can probably switch it, right? Oh!
Wow!
Alright, this is much bigger than I thought.
Inside the Madame Ping's! There's even a great big house in the middle, too!
So it is literally housing. Instanced housing, but housing. That's wow.
But there's just a whole load of nothing around it.
Go dig a burrow to live in for now, I guess.
There's a perfectly good house right over there! Why should Paimon have to live in a hole in the ground?
Well, the house is for me, obviously.
Still, why is it so empty here apart from that house? Oh, wait a second. What is that?
Oh, and of course there's different currency here as well. Who's that? The floating penguin? Wow, holy shit, this is huge. Is there a map here? Oh yeah, there is. It's a bit low quality for whatever reason. Trust rank reward. Adaptive energy. Check the map list. Oh, alright, yeah, you can switch the map over, okay. The teapot spirit that resides in the Serenity Pot is in charge of affairs within the teapot and seems to know still more about its inner workings. Trust rank level 1. Okay. Wow. Well, that's an entire system that I didn't expect to be here. Holy shit, this is huge. And there's like a separate thing attached to it as well. Round 1. Complete the entries on the right to obtain reward details. So I guess these are like the detailed step-by-step blueprint.
We shouldn't stay here.
For setting up tea talk. The people of Leary often invite friends over to the sit and have a chat over some tea. So you can actually invite other people from your friends list, for example. Wow. A good time can be had with just this tea table and 2 chairs. After using this item, you can view it in the placement screen. Holy shit. And there's... What the when did they introduce this? Probably with 2.0, huh? Oh, sorry. Wow, I did not expect this. Obtain 30 pieces of wood through cutting down trees. Oh yeah, so that's definitely connected to this as well. So you can place down trees as well. Obtain 3 types of wood through cutting down trees. I wonder if do I want to stay on this island though? They are now placed here. So this is my house then, and I suspect there is probably a lot of other houses as well that you can obtain at some point. This is a 5-star house.
Are all working hard.
One of the main buildings to be found within a teapot abode. This Mondstadt-style luxury villa is very spacious, and when you sing out strong, the echoes will come back to you from all sides. These buildings are highly complex constructions and are a rare sight in Mondstadt. Tubby explained its presence to you thusly, that Madame Ping had arranged for her to prepare this particular villa after hearing that a certain bard had visited another Adeptus' abode recently. Seeing as how you're quite familiar with this fellow, you never know when you might need such a place. Wow, Holy shit, I never expected this to happen. Oh, it also says 1 player up there on the left. So I guess it shows like how many people are here then?
Well,
you look funny.
It seems that we have a visitor.
Did not expect that voice.
It's a huge finch!
A finch?
Excuse me, I am not a finch. I am a teapot spirit, and you may call me... hang on a moment. What am I supposed to be called again?
You forgot your name?
Oh, call me. I suppose you may call me Tubby.
Tubby. You certainly look the part.
The little helper Madam Ping mentioned?
Madam Ping? Oh, you must mean Ping. Yes, she did summon me here. She told me much about you.
I also like Tubby's design. Like, it's supposed to be almost like a teapot, right?
You may leave all matters regarding the upkeep of this realm to me. Your journey may be far from over, but at least this way you will not want for a comfortable place to sleep each night.
Well, I have to make sure that the teapot is safe, though. So what's a teapot spirit exactly?
It is the Adepti who create realms such as this. They generally do not have the time of day to attend to the banal matter of their maintenance. Thus, we teapot spirits were created to help guard their realms and manage their affairs. You may consider me a butler, if you will.
Cool.
Now, allow me to explain this realm to you. Have you any blueprints on you? Specifically, blueprints with beautiful rooms, chairs, and the like. As long as you have a blueprint, you can refashion this realm however you please.
Nice.
Blueprints? Oh, that's right! Granny handed us some when she gave us the teapot, didn't she? Let's take them out and have a look.
Yes, these are the blueprints I'm talking about. Go on, open them up. Just commit the image of the objects to memory and prepare the necessary materials. Then simply release the thought from your mind and the object in the blueprint shall appear within this teapot.
Wow! Is that all it takes? Then we could build a whole city inside, couldn't we?
It's actually, I really like the idea that they've done here, right? To come up with a sort of instanced housing thing, but at the same time make it like a teapot that you're living inside. That's a pretty cool. I mean, it's certainly not a unique idea. It's like directly taken from some, stories that we know in real life, right? But it's still, I haven't really seen this concept used like this in a game. It's pretty cool.
I doubt it. A golden-eyed Adeptus explained this to me at some point in the past. He said that even though subspace creation is a product of adeptal power, even that has its limits. This world is not a true one, after all. It provides merely a moment of brief respite from the mortal realm, not a means of escaping it entirely.
A golden-eyed Adeptus? Paimon wonders who could that be?
I hardly remember myself. What's more, I have never seen that Adeptus again since.
Oh, very strange.
Well, let's not dwell on that. Have a look around. Best you get accustomed to this realm. If there's anything you would like to ask, just look for me.
After using and summoning the Serenity Pod, travelers can interact with it and enter the abode within. Travelers can also use and summon the pod while they are within its confines. Interacting with the Serenity Pod in this state will allow travelers to leave it. Okay. Travelers can also directly open the map interface and fast travel to any of the teleport waypoints to immediately leave the Serenity Pod. That's pretty cool. Talk to the teapot spirit inside to learn about and manage all manner of teapot-related affairs. You can create all kinds of items from the creation screen. Materials used to create items can be gathered all over the world. After obtaining a furnishing, use the place function to put it in position. Place furnishings to increase the adeptal energy rank of your Serenity Pod. As your adeptal energy rank increases, realm currency will accumulate at a faster rate. Spend realm currency in the realm depot to purchase various items. Oh, cool. So the more you interact with it, the more stuff you get. That's actually cool. Very, very cool. Once in a while, a teapot traveling salesman will visit your abode. There is a chance that he will bring some rare treasures with him. If you acquire the blueprint for a furnishing set, you can place furnishings by batch. You can still make adjustments to individual furnishings when batch placing them. You know what I like about this? Like, this is literally like a completely different system. This has nothing to do with the gacha system or anything like that. I mean, I don't know, maybe it interacts on some level with it. But this is really cool. It's a very, very cool function that it exists like this within the game, and it just exists, right?
It's time to move on. We shouldn't stay here.
Alright, there's the placement button. This is what I just read, right? Yeah. One thing that I don't really get, though, is for some reason you're supposed to, like, you have to place this every time. So if I press X now, right, it just gets placed somewhere. Why is there no shortcut to it? That's what I don't really understand. Oh, let's see. I did some achievement. A Realm Beyond Series 1. Use the Serenity Pod. Oh, cool. Or is there, like, did I maybe overlook, like, a setting for that? Because this is just the normal shortcut wheel that you can change, right? But there is no way to change that, like, second. Isn't that weird? You would think that you could sort of customize that right menu. That is a bit weird, isn't it? Special notice, travelers, please ensure that you follow our terms of service by using the Serenity Pod. To create a healthy gaming environment, please read and confirm that we'll... Oh yeah, okay. So I'm not supposed to create a penis with this, right? Okay, yeah, sure. Wow. Holy fuck. I really did not expect this. And, okay. Current area, Trust Rank 1. Concord Isle, unlocking upon reaching Trust Rank 5, Mirage Isle. Wait, so there are even different islands? Interesting. I wonder if you can at some point change it completely to another area. I mean, it, like, has to work like that, right? Okay. What is this? Snap to grid? Snap furniture, snap height. Wow. This is more in depth than the system in 14. Holy shit. This is in a fucking free-to-play game. Regular rotation, free rotation, follow last rotation. Night. So I don't have many things at this point in time, though. Oh, alright, like this. So this costs something to place, though? Can I also, like, select... Oh, that just reset the camera. I have a couple trees now. Companion, you can put Paimon somewhere? Okay, sure. You get animals? Holy fuck. Oh no, the 750 on the top of the screen just means the main building, I guess? Wow, this is ridiculous! Why is there so much? Wait, how do I select? Can I not select it? Or do I have to retrieve furnishings in area? Can I not move the main house? Guess I can't. Let's just place what I have then, I guess. This is insane. The fact that you can just like literally do this, that it's completely free with how you place this stuff, is insane to me. Holy shit. Can I okay. Let's put it right in front at this point. I think, right? 840. So there is like, I think 1,800 or something was the limit, and you can probably increase that as well, right? So let's put this here for now. It's a bit... Can't really place them together that well, though. Would be cool if you could overlap them a bit more. Wait, you can overlap this one? Okay. Doesn't really fit the other two, though, so let's put this... Right. So let's put it over here somewhere. These do look a bit weird, don't they? I guess I want to freely rotate that one. I mean, I guess that's fine. Wait, what? I don't want to leave. Oh, whoops. Nah, let's do the other stuff for now. So I can place Paimon somewhere? Nah. It's weird that I can't replace the main building, though. Save. Wow, I really did not expect this to exist like that. Holy shit. I wonder what else there is. And I just wanted to go fishing. Wait, does it take that long to save? I mean, they're already placed, though. Forge. Huh. So it works exactly like the forge that I would be able to use otherwise, right? This is incredible. This is way, way more than I ever expected. Oh right, I got a couple new things. A flower arrangement, vivacious smoke leaf.
Onwards. We have work to do.
50 realm currency. Pine-backed tea chair, intricately carved something. See what Tubby has to say. Ah, you arrived quickly. Good, good. What's up? I asked you to come here so I could give you a little gift. I do not know if I told you before, but these abodes are private spaces created by the Adepti for themselves. Most Adepti will use certain methods to seal their abode away from the rest of the world to ensure its purity and avoid being disturbed. Afterward, Adepti would create a realm dispatch for those they wish to invite into their abode. This realm dispatch bears signatures of the abode's adeptal energy and that of the Adeptus themselves. As such, anyone who has this dispatch can enter or exit the abode freely. Before, this abode was in an incomplete, embryonic state. Those whom you invited into it would only have been able to exit and enter together with you, rather than remain for long periods. But now, well, take this realm dispatch that I have created for you and hold it in your hand, tightly now. What should I do next? Don't worry, you need only hold this dispatch and it will draw some of your energy out and into it. Ah yes, I heard Ping mention that you have made friends in a great many places. As such, I suspect that were we to distribute one dispatch to each one of them, we would be here making dispatches for a long time. As such, I have made some modifications to this dispatch. All you need to do is tap the palm of the person you'd like to invite lightly with the dispatch, and your energy signature will remain on them, allowing them to enter and leave your realm with ease. It's almost like marking, isn't it? Well, sort of, but why did you have to put it so weirdly? Well, here is the realm dispatch. Go forth and invite whoever you wish. Seems that this place shall become lively quite soon. So, can I... Like, is that meant to be for friends, or is it meant to be for... characters in the game? I want to see, this is what if this exists within the game, I mean, I haven't unlocked it yet, but wouldn't you think that you'd also be able to get these items through wishes as well? Instead of just weapons?
I hope the Knights of Favonius are all working hard.
Wouldn't it make sense to have a wish that has, like, really rare 5-star houses in it, for example? A realm dispatch that you obtain from Tubby. It seems to be able to allow your companions to come and go in your realm as they please. After acquiring this item, you can invite companions to reside in your Serenity Pod from the placement screen. Cool. So now I can, I guess, invite characters that I've unlocked, right?
Maybe you're not used to the place at the moment, but once you've materialized enough rooms and furniture through subspace creation, it will feel just like home.
I'm sure of it. Ah, so this is where you can switch the style around. Well, that's cool. Realm Depot. Let's go with the trust rank first. So I have 50 currently of the, whatever it is. 112 or 300. Oh, so this is what it accumulates over time, right? So now I have, okay. And I guess that just accumulates. That's cool. Companions hosted. Humble abode. Rules. Using the Serenity Pod as a medium, the Adepti manifested his realms through manipulation of adaptive energy. As its owner, you can modify the environment. A spirit that lives inside the teapot said he was created by the Adepti themselves. If you're looking to modify the realm's environment, the teapot spirit is at your beck and call. As you create more furnishings for the first time, the teapot spirit's trust in you will increase. Accumulate trust to increase your trust rank. Increasing trust rank will unlock features for the Serenity Pod or allow you to obtain various rewards. The amount of adeptal energy within the realm will gradually increase along with the number of furnishings placed. Once a new adeptal energy rank is reached, the realm's output will also increase. You can obtain the materials required to create furnishings many different ways. While visiting your friends' realms, you can also assist them in creating furnishings by reducing their creation time. You can provide assistance to multiple friends each day, but the same person cannot be assisted twice. That's actually kind of great. You can use realm currency in the Serenity Pod to exchange for items of your choice. From every Friday to Monday of the next week, the Teapot Traveling Salesman will visit your realm. So on the weekend. That's interesting. Bringing precious wares and rare treasures. Making deals with him, however, will require swift action. From Saturday to Monday, you can also enter other realms to exchange with salesmen within them if it is... Oh, so that's cool. I mean, I won't really be able to use that. Sorry, since I don't really know many people who play this game. But that's kind of cool. So you can visit other realms as well and could theoretically then buy stuff from them. After acquiring the realm dispatch, you can invite companions to reside within your Serenity Pod from the placement screen. You will be able to obtain companionship experience for hosted companions. Cool. Rank bonus. Trust rank. Oh, well, there's 10. Alright. I thought for a second there was more, but... max realm currency sword increased to 300. Bounty increased to 50. Unlock exterior area 1. So I've already done all of that. And what is this? Small bottle that seals some adeptal energy within. Will immediately complete a furnishing when used. Alright, so furnishings take time to be produced, but you can make them immediately available, I guess. Very cool. So now I need to increase this highest adeptal energy 2010. So that already increased. Realm currency accumulation rate 8 per hour. Okay. Highest adeptal. Okay. Silken Courtyard, Floating Abode, Emerald Peak, Cool Isle adeptal. So you can have all of them at the same time? What the fuck? Maybe you're not used to the place at the moment, but once you've materialized enough rooms and furniture through subspace creation, if you just switch round style. So increase your trust rank to unlock this. Alright, so you can... What the fuck? That's... What the fuck? Create furnishing? Okay. Learn. So I can't create them right now because I don't have the materials. That's interesting. Oh, those two. Oh, okay. And you need what? Okay, that's kind of interesting. So the fabric and the dyes can be created from here, but then you need wood in order to actually create stuff. So I guess I just need to chop a lot of wood then. Huh. In the realm depot? Fabric. Oh, you can, okay. So you can accumulate that and it will get you this fabric as well. What is this? Transient resin. An item that can be used to replenish original resin. Once used, it will replenish 60 resin. Once obtained, it will automatically dissipate after a period of time. The expiration time will be calculated from the Monday after this item is obtained, and it will disappear 7 days from then. Multiple transient resins obtained on different weeks will have their expiration dates counted independently. Pure energy that will dissipate with time, and this it is similar to all else. It's lovely and it ceases and gonna make the world a slightly better place. Okay, so I guess you can obtain like more stuff from here. it accumulates this currency while you're not playing as well, I guess. And then you can, if you go online, you can then have that's cool. Artifact experience material gives 10,000 experience. Artifacts are themselves the physical manifestation of ideals and memories. Materials such as this, which contain the distilled essence of the power thereof, can make these memories and ideals clearer and stronger still. Experience material? Oh boy. Small bottle will immediately complete a furnishing. Wow. Cedar vegetable rack. Blooming hedge. Ordinary garden hedge. Holy shit. Aren't these blueprints though? No, they're not. These are actually like furnishings that you can just straight up buy. Okay. How is there this much? What the fuck? This is like way, way more than I would have ever expected. Not that I even expected a system like this in the first place, but the fact that it contains this much, that is insane to me. Holy fuck. I guess I probably want to get the blueprints first though, right? Multi-seat round pine table, wooden restaurant sideboard, straw hut, straw depot, pine cupboard, weapon rock. Timber walls. So there's definitely stuff for inside as well. A lot, in fact. Breeze blessed bed. I probably want to get a bed first, right? Considering that a bed is always like, important if I actually want to sleep here. Let's get this. Although I probably can't create it right now, huh? There's a lot. Holy fuck. Look at the scroll bar on the side. This is insane. And then this is... What are these then? I'm completely speechless. What the fuck? There is so much. And what is this? Path of Value Jade Field. There is gardening in this as well? What the fuck? What the hell? Subspace waypoint. A teleport waypoint created using subspace creation. You can use this waypoint to travel from place to place in your realm. How big can these realms be if you can literally set teleport waypoints into this thing? This is absolutely insane. Creatures of the realm. Oh yeah, so this is to create... Oh, that's very cool. Seeds and stuff, right? This is absolutely... This is insane. Absolutely insane. Unfortunately, I can't create this either. Yeah, so I need to definitely remember to just farm a bunch of wood.
If you ever have any questions about the realm within, you may ask me.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just... What the ever-loving fuck did they do? Like, especially since, like, people have asked for instanced housing in Final Fantasy for so long now. And I'm not saying, like, the housing system in 14 is cool, right? I like it. It's really, really cool. And I am a big fan of not instanced housing in an actual MMO. But considering the limitations, especially in terms of item placement and stuff like that in 14, the fact that a freaking free-to-play game can just drop something like this is kind of insane to me. I mean, in a way, it does show how much frickin' money they made with this game, but it is still free to play. You don't have to buy this stuff. It just literally happens, right? Absolutely insane to me. Alright? Oh, for fuck's sake, this is not what I wanted. Learn 3 furnishing blueprints. Obtain 100 realm currency.
Onwards. We have work to do.
Some more blueprints then. Oh, this looks cool. I'm still like, look at this place. Look at how freaking huge it is. Absolutely insane. Alright, and then why is this still... Wait, I am in co-op mode? Why am I on co-op mode? Oh, I need to talk to Catherine. Yeah, this is what I wanted to... There's so much to do. There is so insanely... This is insane how much there is to do. Why is it constantly showing me something there though? That's... I don't get it. Wait, is there something to claim? Oh. Well, you get these keys, right? Okay. There's a couple more things that I did here. Enter the Serenity pod. Ah, that's also cool. Okay. Obtain realm currency.
It's time to move on. We shouldn't stay here.
Completed everything. Yeah, that's cool. Daily commissions. Paramedic transformer. What the fuck's that? Okay. And there's also so much that I still haven't done. All of the weekly stuff, all of the... Holy shit. How is there still so much to do in this game? This is absolutely insane.
I do hope the Knights of Favonius are all working hard.
Well, the thing is, though, I also want to play some Dark Souls 2 today. And I also want to take a lunch break. So I'll probably have to sort of stop here now, maybe? Although I do maybe want to... So how do I exit this place, then? Do I literally have to go into my menu every time? Isn't there like a quick way to do that? Oh, I guess I can just... Right. I can just do this, right? And literally travel to another place. Onwards. So I have 20 resin. Do I just want to do the... where is it right now? Like the money thing? This one. Teleport. You've left this current Serenity Port, will return to your home world. But I can just enter it any time, right? Like, I have it in my... That's not my inventory. Yeah. It's in here. Place. So if I place it, I can just enter it. absolutely insane. Why is there a new notice now? Update summary? What? Huh? Wait. What? Oh, right, there's a barrier here. Oh, whoopsie.
Barely a scratch.
Wait a second. I think do I have to go, like, into another direction? Wait, how do you leave this frickin' place? What? Huh? Finally. I didn't remember this barrier being this obnoxious. It's also kind of hard to see, to be honest. I mean, well, it's sort of not, but at the same time it is. I don't know. And now I have to climb back up. The whole reason why I went there was so that I didn't have to climb up. You can't even... shit. Wanted to go here.
Gooba, get them!
From whence you came!
Wings of darkness! Come, sever...
Barbados, guide us.
I hate it when they, like, constantly drop out of the frickin' zone that you wanted them to be in.
Nice and spicy!
Swift and merciful!
You're toast! Odd reveal that...
That try!
I swear by my sword.
Spirit blade! Attack! A touch of...
Shadow Raven, let night fall!
Have a little taste! Try!
Out of the frying pan!
Swift and merciful!
By royal decree!
Submit for judgment!
Nice and spicy!
These are sort of... I don't know, somehow they're a bit weird in terms of enemy design, I don't know.
A touch of frost!
Barbados, guide us.
Bye-bye. So I should be able to collect double, right? Yes. Nice. I'm still missing... I think I actually collected everything. And then... don't they drop arrowheads, I wonder?
One with my blade!
Odds reveal by...
Please don't frickin' fall down. They do drop arrowheads. He didn't, though. But wait, I mean, can I literally... let me see. So does it matter where you place it? Not really, right? But if I leave it, well, I can I leave it by just literally teleporting anywhere, right? So technically it shouldn't really matter where you go, I guess. So in a way I do want to probably go in here, right? Right, let me actually do this and this. It's a cool ending screen. Yeah, so I'm going to take a lunch break and then I'll be back with Dark Souls 2. I hope that I'll manage to actually hit my planned stream time, which is in about an hour and 20 minutes. I have to see what I can do in terms of lunch in that time. Yeah, this was a lot more crazy than I expected it to be honest. Yeah, the amount of content in this game seems kind of insane to me. Especially with everything that I still have to do. I do kind of wonder if well, here's the problem, right? Already, I kind of want to do all of the weekly stuff and that kind of thing, and the daily stuff. Well, at least I used my resin, but I can kind of already see that, coming back to where I just want to do that. And there's still, so much. This quest to even unlock this teapot took a lot longer than I expected. And don't get me wrong, I kind of like that. It's kind of a cool thing that there is so much attached to this, right? Because you only obviously do the quest once and then you have unlocked it and then that's fine. So, in that regard, it's actually pretty cool that they have such an involved quest attached to this whole thing. That being said, though, that means that I need to kind of dedicate a little bit more time than I originally thought to this game. I don't know if I'm going to stream all of the weeklies and that kind of thing. Although then again, why not, right? I mean, yeah. But still, quite a bit more than I expected, to be completely honest. I'm a little bit blown away by what they have here. That is it's pretty insane to me, all things considered. Well, I need to remember that I still have time this week, right? It's not like I don't have time to do these weeklies, but I need to sort of plan that out, to be completely honest. This is still, I mean, the fact that this exists, and even this system alone is hours and hours of content, right? That you can explore and interact with and, build up your dream house and all of the furnitures within and that kind of thing. So, again, the fact that it exists like that is just insane to me, to be honest. But very cool at the same time, considering, again, how many quests there still are for certain things. This is absolutely insane. I mean, I know that there's probably going to be a point, right, where you have done all the quests. I mean, that was me before, right? When I played during 1.2 or whatever, there was a time, there were a couple of, a lot of quests actually in there. And I think even the quests that they introduced with 1.2, for example, which was I think it was the whole Liyue thing with Rex Lapis and the Adepti and that story, right? That got introduced in a patch, I think, and it still took a couple of hours to complete, right? So in that regard, it's actually a lot of content, considering that, for example, in 14, at least the story content also takes about, 5 to 7 hours to complete in any given patch, right? But again, first of all, you need to remember this is a free-to-play game. I know that they're making insane amounts of money with this game, but to me, it's free, right? So, wow. And the amount of quests that exist currently and the amount of stuff that I still have to explore, it's easily 50 plus hours of content for me currently just to unlock and see everything that is new. Never mind then after it going into the end game and interacting with that stuff as well, right? And, well, the only problem here is obviously that you kind of do want to continue with the weekly stuff and the daily stuff, and that takes time away from then actually unlocking new stuff and seeing new areas, right? I don't necessarily have a problem with that, but it's certainly, in a way, it does mean that you have to put in more time, right? So let's say that the weekly and daily stuff, I don't know how long it takes, but let's just put a figure on it, right? Let's say that takes up 3 to 6 hours per week. Then in order to actually do, I guess, the rest of the stuff beyond that, right, unlocking actually new things and new areas, means that you have to put in more than that time, or you have to sacrifice the weekly stuff, right? Which, I don't know, it's not a big deal, but yeah. We'll see, I guess. I mean, I still have time this week. Definitely going to stream Dark Souls 2 as well, as I said, but yeah, this is cool. This is what I was looking for, because while Dark Souls 2 is great and Final Fantasy XIV is great, I wanted to have something else to sort of continuously play on the side, and this just seems like the right kind of game for that. Again, maybe it's a game that I'll continue, that I will turn to a couple of times, right? Maybe it's literally that you play it for 2 months out of the year, and then you're sort of spent on it, right? And it gets sort of stale with all the repeated daily and weekly missions, and maybe you'll stop and then come back a year later to check out the new content. But right now, where there is actually like a year's worth of content to check out, it feels pretty great, all things considered. And it's actually kind of insane to me. I know that, well, Genshin does get a lot of views on Twitch still, but considering the amount of streamers that I saw, that I watch, engage with Genshin when it came out, it's actually kind of crazy to me that you don't see them stream this game more often. I don't know. But yeah. That's going to be it for the stream. I need to figure out something for lunch, and then I'll be back for Dark Souls in about a good hour, maybe a bit longer. Maybe I'll be a bit late on that stream, because this took a lot longer than I wanted it to, and a lot longer than I expected it to. But yeah, I'll be back with Dark Souls 2, and hopefully we'll continue that as well, and see what that's all about, right? And then we'll return to Genshin Impact, well, probably tomorrow, or maybe this evening after Dark Souls 2, I don't know. Although I need to take a break at some point too, right? Or rather, chill a bit before I go to sleep as well. But yeah, this has been really great. So, whether or not you return for the Dark Souls stream or do something else, I hope you have a great rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you are, and I'll see you on the next one. Until then, have a good one. Bye-bye.